Can you guys hear me? Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Hi, Lily. So let's turn on our cameras and let's get started. So how are we doing? Any issues that I need to address today? You guys can give me a heads up. My heads up group, those that log on time. I don't even want to say early, on time. Wow. So Thomas, what's up with the assignments? Anything that I need to cover?
No feedback on my part.
What did you guys
We're
do?
still gonna meet up soon, and we're on track. So nothing here.
Okay. Okay. Let me just do gallery so we can go. And what about you, Lily?
Nothing on my part.
Okay.
We chose a proposal too, so we're on track as well.
Okay. Did you look at Wix yet?
No.
Okay. So that's what we need to do. And did you, Thomas?
For what? Sorry.
Did you look at Wix?
I've worked with it before, but I didn't take a look for it.
Okay. All right. So we need to try to figure out in Wix. I'd even be interested to see. We've been in all. See when you chat with it. See what it comes up with its AI version in creating the website, and then start editing that. We'll work with that as well. So we have all. So hopefully in your audit area you've had where it's been approved, my the proposal that's been approved, and we can continue on for that. And hopefully we can get everybody on. And Ariel, what's with your group? What group number are you?
Group number 3.
Okay, how's that going? What did you choose? Remind me.
I think we were between the tutoring service and I think we chose the tutoring service.
Okay, did you put that as approved in your?
Yes, it was.
So did you actually write approved by Dr. Rush Channel? Put that in your proposal underneath in the audit area so we know what it is. And Luca, what was finally approved? Was something approved by you guys? Your proposal?
Still deciding between two of them.
We got to decide today.
Yeah, no, we were just texting about it, so I think we have one.
Okay, which one is it?
The King's AI one.
Okay, and that's doing. And what was the other one? Remind me.
Insightful AI.
Okay, and what was the difference between the two? They both have good names.
One's like using AI for like to help businesses like use AI like different AI things, and then
What is AI things?
and then the other one's for like marketing with
Okay.
AI.
Okay, and you decided what, the marketing or the other one?
The other one.
Okay, and what are things you have to be able to articulate, or at least get AI to articulate for you? What are things?
For like Tableau for Excel.
Okay. Okay. So we need to get that more refined, right?
Yeah.
So we can't just say you're going out and getting services, right? And so we're going to do AI things to companies, right, Luca?
Yeah.
What is AI things? So we got to get the AI to help us articulate, right? And you have to converse with it to help you articulate better that you can understand it yourself and then let businesses. I'd love to work with your business, but I have no idea what our AI thinks, right? It's a good one, huh? You're just doing it on purpose, right? To make me laugh. On a Monday afternoon. Is that it, Luca? It'll be our stand-up, right? We'll go on the road, me and you. I'll laugh and you talk. I, at least I'm one day can laugh at your jokes. And you didn't even know it was a joke. That's good. We wasn't laughing. How could that be wrong, right? Who's doing mental health? We'll need to do mental health. I think that's where it really fits. Because it still isn't exact. It's still a bit of hallucinations. I think that I love it if we can reach out to counselors and people that do even group therapy and have it do a group therapist along with AI help people. You understand, Luca, what I'm saying? Basically, if you have any mental health issues, that you can do that. All right. So let's everybody get their cameras on. We'll get started. And Isabel, what did you choose? What did finally you put?
We chose the Kane AI solutions.
Okay, so you're in with Luca?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you have it say approved, that part? So put approved by Dr. Rushnick in your audit area. So we know we're continuing that, and then we got to do the first step. It's try to figure out what we want to present and play around with Wix. We'll go over that, I think, with everyone, because I think that's where people are behind. Okay. And Juan and Valentina and Thomas Owens and Briggs, we need your cameras on. And Soren, what did you guys choose?
I think we went with the proposal 2.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh, that was, let me pull up real quick. My bad, it's been a minute.
Yeah, so you can refresh too. I think proposal 2. You guys make me laugh. Okay. That's why we need AI to help us articulate better. Right, Soren?
Yes, yes.
Because this is how we're going to communicate. We're going to have issues selling any of our services because we don't even know what we're selling. What we'll give away, right? Some of you are worried about how much we should charge, and nobody will even take it.
Looks like we went with Elevate U, the AI for helping connect students with finding jobs and organizing and planning for internship opportunities.
Okay. It comes back to me now. There's a song like that. Comes back to me now. Okay. Okay. And Briggs, you can get your camera and we'll get started. Okay, welcome back. I'm going to do my regular appointments and recordings. Do I have 2 people to moderate our chat? Volunteers? Okay. Okay, Lily and Zach K. So we'll go. We have a couple of Zachs. So Zach K and Lily, if you'd be so kind, and we'll talk about what we need. Okay. And Sebastian, hi, how are you?
Good, Professor. How are you?
Okay, Sebastian, I think what we're going to need to do after I do a bit of housekeeping is we really need to get our students going in terms of what are the next steps with Wix. I think my sense is everybody's in haze. They're still in spring break mode. Okay, so if you can help me with that today, maybe I'll turn some of that over to you. Okay, explaining what they needed to do, and making sure. Did you ever check, Sebastian, if that code is working correctly?
It was working for me on my
Okay,
laptop,
good. So you tried it?
Yeah, so it should be working.
Okay, so I'll ask you after I do some housekeeping, I'll ask you to show the students what they need to do for their assignment, their next assignment for doing the first step of Wix, okay? And we'll work together as a team, Sebastian. Okay? All right. So let's get started. Let me record to the cloud. And my live stream to YouTube. I'll choose an account. It is training. Have it go live. Zoom and YouTube is an API, and we can get started. And those of you that have questions, any personal issues, or about your group, about where you need to go with your group, stay with me afterwards. And Sebastian will be with me afterwards, and also you always can reach out right to Sebastian. Is that correct, Sebastian?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, so we'll be starting. Okay, welcome everybody. We'll see how long my throat will last, my sore throat. It's getting better, but you can see, you can hear, I have some issues, so I'll need your help. Okay, welcome. Today what I want to do is talk a bit about the cloud. You had an assignment about cloud reading. I want to make sure that everybody understands it. What are the purposes of it? Who are the active players in the market? What are their benefits? And then I want to discuss our next step for our group projects. Each group needs to have gotten consensus among your group and also approval by me of what proposal you will do, because the next step is starting our work with a website, and then we'll add on to our website, we'll add social media, we will also add in chatbots, we will add a phone number that's attached that will have a language model attached to a phone number, and we'll proceed. Next week we have scheduled a couple of guest speakers coming in, and hopefully we'll be able to look at some academic partnerships I have with other companies. Okay, so let me start with sharing, do a little bit of housekeeping, and hopefully I'll have everybody up and running. So here we know we are on live. On YouTube, we know that there's a latency effect on it, but that's all right, and we know that we're recorded here. This is a way also that for attendance we see and other parts of it. Okay, so let's go to our let's make this full and go to what we always do is what's due section, right? We go to the what's due section, and you see that, Lily, and we see today, we see last week of March 26th, we were supposed to, that was not March 26th because today is March 24th, that we have, let me take my edit mode off so I see the exact same thing you do. Okay, so last Wednesday we had our team formation and topic selection. You should have had me approve it. If you have not had it approved, please text Sebastian. Sebastian, if you can look at their proposals, we need to approve each one, have to have my input. And then we talked about cloud computing. And you should have had last week on cloud computing your in tech guide and in the quiz. And this Wednesday, you have an assignment to complete your final project assignment of part 2, which is basically start Wix and collaborate. We have a readings of artificial intelligence and the adaptive assignment and the quizzes. So if I go always to look at for our next due section of Wednesday, March 26, I go to the audit assignment instructions, I'll see that there is the final project, part 2 upgrade is here, where you're gonna basically start with Wix that comes as a free version. And we also get an upgrade to the business section. The advantage to get the upgrade to the business section when we're in Wix is the idea of getting a free domain name and getting more storage space and being able to use Zoom and create conferences. So with your project, what I want, the first step for your project is to set up a website on Wix. And if you click on the website here, on this upgrade here, there's the code that's provided in the PPT documents area. And when you upgrade, then you can invite all your team members to your project site. Wix made a change. In the beginning, Wix was able in the free version to have 5 collaborators together. They made a change and they only have 2 people that are able to collaborate on their free version. So we need to upgrade to the business version in order to do our project. And your goal here is to become competent and showcase some generative AI tools that will be enhance efficiency or enhance creativity in specific sectors that you choose. For the first part of your project for this week is I'd like you to include a mission statement. What service descriptions, what are you describing as, and what we were talking about before is what internet or generative AI tools you'll be offering, what types to what type of customers. I'd like you to try to do an AI generated logo, an essential contact, have a team page, and explore multiple Gen AI apps, and share some insights on some useful applications. So the first step is you'll go to Wix, you'll get started. One person in your group has to sign up. You need to use a credit card, but I do not, and I emphasize, I do not want you to pay a penny. I want this to be free. So when you create the site, after logging in, you can create a site. You can choose to create that site using a template or using the AI website builder, or what they call the chat. And then you can upgrade your Wix site to your business plan. This is the code. Everybody see the code? Did you see that, Isabel? Right here is the code that's used for this class only, and for this semester, where you'll put it in and you'll invite your team members once it's upgraded, and you'll use the roles and permissions just like we did roles and permissions with Blackboard to invite your group members via the email. You'll edit your site, and you'll have in your site, this is what you need to have. In your site, you'll need to have a mission statement, briefly describe what services and purpose of your consulting. You'll have a team page. So you'll have a team page with everyone's picture and their role in the company. And you can use AI generated logo to generate a logo. You'll have a contact page, and then you'll publish the site. For right now, I don't want you to do a domain name. We'll do the domain name later because we're going to be doing another application on Wednesday that may change us to do our domain name, and then you'll continue on this one, but plan your domain name, but we're not going to do the domain name for our next assignment. And after publishing and saving, click the share button on Wix. You'll see a link to your website, and copy this link and paste it in the group description under the assignment groups where the names, phone numbers are. And you'll replace this link with your custom domain name at a later time. And here's an example where we have group 0, and here is the link. Our link will also, for this first time, have Wix in the domain name because it's going to be secondary. And that's what you need to do for the next part. Any questions? Lily, any questions?
So when signing up for the website, is it like everyone makes their own account, or only one person makes the account and then sends it like an invite for everyone else?
Exactly. The second one.
Okay.
Only one person sets it up, and then you do an invite for everyone, and everyone then can add their pictures. Everyone can take a chance. You can work together, though, Lily. Sometimes it's hard to work together, but you could even do this in a Zoom call and share your screen, right? And you could sometimes, it may be even just quicker. Lily, you sign up, right? And let's say you were in your group, you sign up, have everyone there, and then work together on it together, and then upgrade for that first site. And it'll be like the first site, and then you can even start, what I would even do is start chatting, answer its questions that you can say, I'm a consulting firm. What is yours, Lily?
Job search.
Job search for what type? For university students, Tell Wix, tell the AI of Wix what you want, and I want to create a site, and I want to have in my site, I want to have basically a mission statement. I want to describe my services. You can tell it what you want. I want to have a team page with mine, and I want an AI generated logo that describes it. Tell it exactly what you want and see what it comes up with. And then you play around with it. And of course, will it be excellent the first time around? No. But it's a start, right? It's a lot easier. You get, that's what I like about it. It's great for brainstorming. You got something out there rather than spending weeks, I don't know what to write.
Yeah.
Quickly, you get something there, and then you say, okay, now I can edit, or now I can give it back and have it edit again, right? And I can go to other chatbots, right, to do it.
Right.
Give me a mission. What?
No, I was just saying thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, but you see how great it is. So basically, you could spit this out quite quickly, but you need your whole group involved. And one of the things, let me emphasize, is that even though you say one person is going to sign up, everybody's going to be responsible. So as we go along, you'll make assignments of what everyone in your group will have to do. For instance, we're going to have later on we'll have a demo of each of the sample products that you're going to be trying to use. So each person will do a short demo, right, of what they want and put it on the website. So that's how you're going to be graded. There'll be others on There'll be even at the end a peer review that will also take into account. Okay? Perfect.
All right, sounds great.
Okay, Thomas, any comments of what I'm showing here? Perfect. Looks good. Okay. So let me do the cloud, and then and then we'll have Sebastian. Why don't we do this? Do you want to maybe I'll stop sharing, and you can show a little demonstration of what needs to be done.
In terms of how to log into Wix?
How to log into Wix, how to put in the code, where to put it in.
You know by any chance if it's different to put a code in Windows compared to...
No. Same.
Oh, okay. Alright, let me see if I can...
Okay, let me do something else while you figure it out, okay?
Alright.
Is that better? I'll give you, let's say, 10 minutes, okay?
Alright, perfect.
Okay? I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. See, off the top, okay? So, that sounds good. So we had before, we had our Wiley reading and adaptive and our quizzes on cloud computing, right? Isabel, we had in the basics of cloud computing, the different types of clouds, cloud computing services, the benefits of cloud computing, concerns and risks with cloud computing, the 3 big cloud computing vendors, and an adaptive assignment. You got that, Soren? Yes? No?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, Soren, who do you think are the big cloud computer vendors? And if we don't know, what should we do, Soren?
Search it out.
Right. So what do you think, Thomas? Who are the biggest cloud vendors?
Wouldn't it be Amazon Web Services?
Okay, Amazon is number 1 of Amazon Web Services. And who comes in probably? It's kind of like competing. Who else competes there? And that's
Would it be iCloud?
iCloud is not even the most.
Okay.
We can check it out. Lily, what do you think?
IBM Cloud?
Okay, IBM is one of them. Who else?
Like,
Google.
maybe like Microsoft?
Google and Microsoft. So if I look at, even in Google and Microsoft, let's go to, you see web links? Everybody see web links? Juan Carlos, you see web links on our side here? We have web links and we have PowerPoint and documents. On PowerPoint and documents, by the way, we have something when we do how to upgrade to the Wix account. We have this here, and here's the code. You see that, Juan Carlos? And people were asking me, we're getting this free for a year. We're getting this free basically till till the end of May, but we don't want to pay for a renewal, right, Juan Carlos? Some of you don't want to pay for renewal, so this is an article on how to turn off your auto renewal. Because by default, what do companies want to do is keep, by opting in, right? What do they say? They want to do auto renewal. We don't want to do auto renewal. So after 14 days, you can turn this off. You don't want to do it before to cancel it, because they'll just cancel your account, and we don't want to cancel our account. So this is something on the upgrade that you can see here. This also we have here in this using your coupon code. You see here, it tells you basically our accounts, and we're going to get, do you see this, Juan Carlos? We're going to choose business. Everybody put in your notes. Thomas Owens, put in your notes here that we're going to choose the business. But notice here that they have 50% off, but we're going to have to take off some of their codes there when we choose their business in order to get it. So you might have to have it that it's 0. If they're charging you any money, you want to get out and you want to let myself and Sebastian know that we don't want to be paid. So we're going to do the business account. This is how we need to select it at that time. Now under PowerPoints, do you see this one, Carlos, that you have a number of PowerPoints and you also have cloud computing. So if you go to cloud computing, you will see under the cloud computing, you also have the PowerPoint slides. And one of the PowerPoint slides then is this one of the big 3 cloud computer vendors. Amazon, which calls Amazon Web Services. We know Amazon is what, Juan Carlos? That we order stuff from, right? We order books, we order everything under the sun, it gets delivered. Do you have a lot of Amazon boxes? I do. Microsoft is also a big player in this, in the computing, cloud computing, and their cloud services is called Azure, or Azure, as some people say. And Google also has a Google Cloud Platform. You would think that Google, in a lot of ways, has a huge cloud platform, right? Just YouTube, right? They own. And their cloud platform of all their Google ads and just Google and searching. And we even use their Google Notebook LM, right? All done on the cloud. So these are the slides that you can go over. Now, under web links, do you see that, Juan Carlos? Under web links, I have 2 web links. What's the first one, Juan Carlos?
The first one's for Amazon Web Services Cloud Computing.
Yeah, and the second?
Is Microsoft Azure.
Yeah, right. And notice here, I have some questions here. You see that? What is cloud computing? What are examples by industry, right? What are the benefits? What are the types of CC is cloud computing? Explain what is public, private, hybrid, types of cloud services. This is IaaS. This is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and what are uses of cloud computing? What are the risks? Do you think, Juan Carlos, some of this could be good as a test question?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, wouldn't it be? In terms of, and then show examples of what we've used in the class of cloud computing, right? Would be classic for it. So you can see at this point, I can do any of them, but if I just do it in, open in a new tab, you can see, let me just see, what is cloud computing, that you can see. The key here is what is cloud computing and what is called here on-demand delivery. And Asher, what does on-demand delivery mean? Do you have a clue?
I mean, I imagine that it's delivery that you can do instantly from like tap the button sort of thing.
Whenever you want, right? It's on demand, just like when it's on demand, when you want to have Netflix or on demand on anything, it's basically you have IT sources. And what is cloud computing? Cloud computing, the idea is when you have a browser, you have in cloud computing pay-as-you-go pricing. So let's say, Asher, me and you wanted to start a business. What did you choose? What did your group choose for a proposal?
One of the options we chose was like a tutoring service, sort of.
Okay, so let's say AI tutoring service, right? And if we did that, instead of basically, in the beginning, how many customers we have are not very many, right? And what we want to be able to do is pay as you go, is basically use their services. And when we grow, we pay more. And when we shrink, we pay less. And instead of buying and owning and maintaining physical data centers and services, we access the technology, the power of databases, and they use basically Amazon Web Services. So they give here, when you think about it, they give here
is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Instead of buying, owning, and maintaining physical data centers and servers, you can access technology services such as computing power, storage, and databases on an as-needed basis from a cloud provider like Amazon Web Services. Organizations of every type, size, and industry are using the cloud for a wide variety of use cases, such as data backup, disaster recovery, email, virtual desktops, software development and testing, big data analytics, and customer-facing web applications. For example, healthcare companies are using the cloud to develop more personalized treatments for patients. Financial services companies are using the cloud to power real-time fraud detection and prevention. And video game makers are using the cloud to deliver online games to millions of players around the world. With cloud computing, your business can become more agile, reduce costs, instantly scale, and deploy globally in minutes. Cloud computing gives you instant access to a broad range of technologies so you can innovate faster and build nearly anything you can imagine. From infrastructure services such as compute, storage, and databases, to Internet of Things, machine learning, data analytics, and much more. You can deploy technology services in a matter of minutes and get from idea to implementation several orders of magnitude faster than before. This gives you the freedom to experiment and test new ideas to differentiate customer experiences and transform your business, such as adding machine learning and intelligence to your applications in order to personalize experiences for your customers and improve their engagement. You don't need to make large upfront investments in hardware and overpay for capacity you don't use. Instead, you can trade capital expense for variable expense and only pay for IT as you consume it. With cloud computing, you access resources from the cloud in real time as they're needed. You can scale these resources up and down to grow or shrink capacity instantly as your business needs change. Cloud computing also makes it easy to expand to new regions and deploy globally in minutes. For example, Amazon Web Services has infrastructure all over the world, so you're able to deploy your application in multiple physical locations in just a few clicks. Putting applications in closer proximity to end users reduces latency and improves their experience. No matter your location, size, or industry, the cloud frees you from managing infrastructure and data centers, so you can focus on what matters most to your business.
So do you see that, Thomas Owen? So basically, who is using cloud computing, what is the benefit? And then they say here, agility. And what does agility mean? Do you have any idea, Thomas Owens? What does agility mean? If I say you're agile, or we're going to start a business together and we have to be agile.
I don't know, like able to change?
Change, right? Do we know what our business is going to be? Can we forecast now? And businesses now, what do they have to be? Agile. Did you hear about tariffs, Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what did you hear about tariffs?
What do you mean? Like,
what is it? Did you ever hear that Trump is proposing tariffs?
Yeah, he's like increasing the cost of buying goods from other countries.
Other countries, right? Well, did we know how much that's going to be? Does it seem like it's changing? They're negotiating. Before it was with Canada and Mexico. They're with cars. So we don't know exactly. So what do we have to be? We have to be agile. We have to plan for it, but we're not sure what's going to be. When we're having a company, We're not sure how it's going to work, so we're going to have to be agile. So what does the cloud do? I can basically pay as I go for the services that I need. So another benefit is cost saving. Why is it cost saving? Then Christian, why would it be cost saving, the cloud? What's the difference between fixed expenses versus variable expenses? Do you know?
Because with the cloud, it would like you could change what you need as you go. Whereas like the example I'd use is like if you're renting a building, it'll be cheaper than if you buy a building and you have to scale up or scale down.
But basically, and what is the building? It's good, but even in the building, I know kind of like in real estate, if I buy a building in Miami for the past couple of years, chances are it'll go up in value, right? But if I buy computers, what do you think about computers, Kristen? You think my computers after a year or 2 years it's gonna increase in value?
No, I think it's all going to go down in value.
It's going down in value. If I buy even a building, most likely, even if that building isn't good, maybe they'll tear it down, right? If it's in downtown Miami, they'll tear it down and build a high rise. Maybe that's what I'm waiting for. So in the cloud, it's even more so in IT that I know what, as time goes by, the value of those computing systems go down. And guess what? If I'm using any AI and stuff, what do I want? I'm going to need more power. I'm going to need more energy. So those ideas of those data centers where, NVIDIA is saying, cost millions and millions of dollars they're going to be putting in. I don't want to be paying for that. So that idea between a fixed expense and a variable expense, which you need to know about, it's really a great example of cloud computing. That variable expense is I only pay for IT as I consume it. It's just like if I think about electricity, right? It's electricity, then it's a variable expense because if I go away for the summer, I shut down my air conditioning, right? I'm not going to have to pay those expenses. So as I consume it. So this is the idea of variable costs are much lower than fixed costs. And then the types of computing, these are the types of computing. And what does this mean? Do you see here, Ariana, you see here, what are the common letters of all of these? What are the 3 letters that are all in common here? AAS. That stands for as a service. So you can put that in your notes, as a service. So instead of me buying these products, I'm going to be using it as a service. Infrastructure as a service means I'm talking about the hardware itself. Remember, Ariana, were you at the exam?
Yes.
What did they have? It looked like they had old PCs there, didn't it, in that lab? Right?
Yeah, one that I was assigned to didn't work. So
I know, and it didn't even work. Can you imagine? It didn't even work. How disappointing. So the idea here, instead of that infrastructure as a service, if we had to really design our hardware, we'd say, hey, listen, let's go ahead and use the hardware on Amazon or Microsoft rather than depending on that lab, right? So these are kind of like the infrastructure. And if we needed dedicated hardware, we needed more storage space, and we know it always, right? You have always the cloud when you think about it. Everybody has from Apple or from Google, right? Or from Microsoft, my drives. This is when they think about all that hardware. This, put in your notes here, infrastructure as a service is like, in this case, accessing all my hardware and data storage as a service. I'm going to go through the internet and get those services. Platform as a service, if I think about it, is what? A platform, think about it, Briggs, is like an operating system. You remember we talked about an operating system? We have Windows, we have Mac OS, we have Android, we have iOS. A platform as a service is basically I'm going to use that platform that's on the cloud through the internet. So instead of investing, let's say we have some applications, financial applications in Windows, instead of putting it in our machines in Windows, we can use that platform in the cloud. And software as a service, if I think about software as a service, Andrea, what do I think about? That I'm going to be using what? We do it all the time. We're using it in the cloud rather than on premise on our computer. Right? Doesn't that make sense? That if we want, for instance, Loom, we'll use Loom for recording. We'll use it as a service. What about Zoom? Andrea, do you think Zoom is a software as a service?
Yes, because it saves to the cloud.
Right. And not only that, how do we get access to Zoom?
Through the internet.
Through the internet. So always the question, Andrea, you need to ask yourself, do I get that service through the internet? If I get it through the internet, that's cloud. You even know all this, but you never use those terms. You got it, Andrea? That it's kind of like second nature. Almost everything you use is really a cloud service. You know, your email, right? Your Instagram, all of that. If I go Netflix, anything that I use, my Spotify, is what? They're cloud services. There's very rarely, but some of the industries in the past, and the university was one of them, for instance, the School of Business used to have their physical computers, and they took care of email in their premises. They had computers, not long ago, they had computers in the business school in a room, and they had staff taking care of that. What's the problem with that? We got to get qualified staff. Is that easy? No. All those updates we have to take care of. Are we in the business to be hardware? No, we're in the business of education. It's bad enough. Did you see that in the lab? It was bad enough. I had to have 3 people from IT just to make sure that everybody could get on. And you saw not even everybody in the class could get on. For a simple thing like what? Doing an exam. So you can imagine if I have to have all that backup, I had like a whole crew there just for my class, right? Ridiculous. So if we can do more and more as a service, we're doing that. Does everybody understand that aspect? And then you can see here what kind of customers, what kind of things that I can do in terms of advertising, aerospace, agriculture. And it goes along the same lines, Andrea, as what? As AI, right? AI is going to be in conjunction with, AI is all being done what? Through the cloud. AI is basically an addition. So here they're doing the innovations. So if you think about this AWS, and they all compete, look at here, there's products. So look at this, in this case, what kind of products? If I am, for instance, I can do storage, right? I can do, look at this. I even can do, if I want to, is create some artificial intelligence on my own. These are some artificial intelligence apps that we can create our own apps. Business applications, financial management, computing, contact centers, those call centers, databases, developers. If I had developers, I can do that. And using, I can have workspace, front end, games, Internet of Things. That means all my devices, my cameras, all my cameras that I have, all my electronics that are smart. And notice this, management and governance. What does that mean? Is basically what we talked about governance, that I want to make sure that it's done correctly with the security. So here is security in it, and as well. So here is solutions. The solutions are by industry, and you can see an industry then, and you can see that all these industries, use case, industries, aerospace, I can have specific ones, healthcare, government, probably education. Don't you think education would be one? Education is one. The cloud for what? Helping education be always what? Available, personal, lifelong for everyone. And are they going to use artificial intelligence in it? You can think about, you sure will. So this is the same. And guess what? If I then look at what is cloud computing by Azure, Microsoft, do you think it's going to be very similar? I bet it is. And if I think about what is cloud computing by Azure, it's the same thing. How's it defined? Cloud delivery computing services, including servers, storage, databases, intelligence over the internet, via browser, the cloud. To offer what? Faster innovation, flexible, that's agile, economies of scale. You typically pay only for cloud services you use. Pay as you go, on demand, helping you lower your operating costs, run your infrastructure more efficiently, scale as your business needs. And they say the types, the cost, speed, looks like the same, right? Reliability, security, and these are the different models that we have. We either have then a public cloud that's owned and operated by people like Azure or AWS. We have a private cloud. If I'm using usually an organization, I'm very tight on security, like the Department of Defense. A hybrid is combining the two. And notice this: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. Does this look familiar, Andrea? Yes? No?
Yes, yes.
You see how we got it? Isn't this going to be a great question for the exam? Can you see it already? You could even write it. You could ask ChatGPT, or you can ask, basically put it into what? Notebook LM and do a podcast on it, right? Easy as we go. Did that make sense? Juan Carlos. You know it already, right, Juan Carlos? It's just that you haven't, basically, you know it usually as software as a service. Every software that you use is basically, tell me one software that isn't as on the cloud. Very rarely. And you remember sometimes I'll say, find a screen recorder that you can basically have on your computer and record to your computer rather than what? In the cloud. Because guess what, Juan? What is the disadvantage of all that cloud?
Sometimes you don't have internet or
exactly.
access to it.
Right. When I'm stuck, what am I going to do? I still need to be in business. So that's what, those are the areas, right? And that's why a lot of times you want to have a backup, and you want to maybe even have different backups of your servers, different places in the world. There's a fire somewhere, there's an earthquake somewhere, there's a hurricane somewhere. Stuff happens. But you understand it. Okay, Sebastian, did I give you some time? Was that a good time, or do you want to?
I did. I'm just going to create another Gmail, or if I can use someone's, because I can't use the same Gmail.
Okay, right. And that's what you can create another Gmail, or you can have somebody else. We can have someone else, or you can even create it on the spot where you can just log in and you can even just start. So, who wants to help Sebastian, and Sebastian can help you with your proposal? Raise your hand if you want to have Sebastian help you right now in class. No way? Everybody wants to do it on their own? If I were you, I would take it. So you want to do something, or you want me to share?
I can do it. Do you have
Okay.
actual, unless I just need a Gmail. I'm creating a Gmail right now.
Okay. So what do you need to do? You have to, so let me just do this while you do it, and you'll tell me, okay?
Okay.
So, let me change my look and feel. Did you have a question, Jasper?
Yeah, I did have a
What is the question?
So on Wix, I was the group who, or I was the person in my group who did the premium subscription.
Okay.
And then you said that we should like turn off auto renewal.
You should turn off auto renewal after 14 days.
Okay, yeah, because
After 2 weeks, right? Are you with Henry or no? Or there was
no, I don't
okay,
think so.
all right, yeah. So what? Great question, Jasper. So do the auto renewal. Wait 2 weeks, because they're not going to charge you. But after 2 weeks, then you can turn off auto renewal, just like
it said I would immediately lose my premium subscription if I turned it off.
Right. You don't want to do that right now. You want to wait. Also, you can wait till the end of the semester.
Yeah.
Or just put a reminder in your calendar.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Why worry about? Why get too? That's why we have calendars, right? That's why make even 2 reminders in case you miss it. Put it on your phone. A number of different things. Just to remind yourself to. That you don't want it renewed in another year. You know what I mean? That you have a year. So that's excellent. Because what do I want? Isn't that great that I have that academic relationship that they say, hey, we'll upgrade your class, Dr. Rush, for that they can use it. And then your website then will look very professional.
Yeah.
And what you can do, Jasper, is after that, you know what? Go ahead and you could sell it if you didn't want to do it. Hey, I got a whole business here, right? Everything with a domain name. How much you want for it?
Yeah.
And then you'll just be put you on the board, give you some shares or something. Advisory fees or something. You're ready for it, and people will be impressed. And then you'll have your podcasting. Do a podcast on your company. Put your URL. Isn't that neat? You already know how to do that, right? Put your URL as the source, not chapter 1 or chapter 7 or whatever. And then let it start, and then you put something, and let it start talking about your company. And you'll get those two, that woman and that guy, bantering together, talking about what was going to be your proposal? What's your business?
We are either doing like a digital marketing one or a tutoring one.
Yeah. And you need to decide today. And then it could be, unless you want it and your group is ambitious and you wanted to do, divide up the group and do 2 of them. But it's up to you. But in that case, it could talk about, and what did you call the company? It could talk about the podcast, could talk about your digital marketing, what you guys are doing. And then you could join in. Remember, in the joining, you could record it too and have a recording of the podcast. And also even put the link of the podcast. Neat. And people will say, oh, wow. And you say, you want that podcast? We can create that for you too. For companies, right? It's great. You don't even realize how much you're going to learn. You know what I mean? How much stuff already that you can give that other people. Did you know this beforehand? Before the semester?
No, I didn't know.
Right. Now it's almost like second nature, big deal, right? But and 95% of those businesses don't know anything about it. Okay. So in that case, if I looked under that Wix.
I created the email, Professor.
Okay. You want to? Okay. So let's do that. Yeah. Let's share because we're getting.
Share my screen.
Perfect. Good question, Jasper. Okay, so they basically, where did you go? Go from the very beginning where you are to Wix.com.
All right, Wix.com.
Okay, so create. Okay, now here it's bring your limit. And what happens? You just said get started. Start for free. No credit required.
It takes you here.
Okay.
And then you're just gonna. I personally think it's the easiest for this to continue with Google.
Yeah, continue with Google because you're gonna use Google for other things that we do. Okay.
This is the new Gmail I created.
Okay.
Just give it a second.
Okay.
You have to answer like a bunch of questions for it to generate your.
Okay,
website.
So who are you creating for? Right, for okay, for yourself or for my business. Okay, and then you just go through it. And then you'll just go through and you can go through the chat, bring your business to life, start the chat. set up without a chat, I would start with the chat and let it know what your kind of business is. You can go through this. You see this, Lily, like we were talking about before, you know? You
I'm trying
can
to do my website from like last semester.
Okay, so good. But anyway, so
I just typed in my mission statement there.
okay, but you can even write. Okay, fantastic. An impressive mission. What's the name of your business project? Client communication. Okay, just fill it out.
There should, if I remember correctly, it should be 6 questions that you
Okay.
have to answer.
Okay.
And then it'll put you into your website with your own dashboard.
Okay, and then what you're going to do is then you're going to upgrade to the business with your code. And then let's even do that. Let maybe even stop now. Can you stop and then go into what's your right? Let's just finish up because I want to see if the code works. Because because it's on sale, you have to take off the sale and make sure you put in yours. Because sometimes when they have a sale.
So then I put it here.
Okay, I don't want a domain name.
Which you're gonna have to do it in your own time, but
yeah, I don't want the domain name. You're right. So how do you?
To show you how to do it, you type in upgrade plan.
Okay.
Or upgrade site. Yeah, upgrade site.
Okay.
And then you're gonna choose the business plan.
You're gonna choose the business. Perfect. And now use 1 year. Now this is the key, folks. Everybody hear that? Jasper, did you choose 1 year?
Yeah, I did choose.
Yeah. Make sure. Do you hear that, Soren? You want to make sure it's only yearly because they try to make it. Of course, when they're marketing, what do they want to do, Lily? They'll put in by default. They'll put in 3 years, right? Because what do they want? Revenue, right? You don't want it, but they do. Okay. And continue to check out, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's automatically going to give you
yeah, but I want to remove that.
But you want to remove that?
Right. Remove that and enter the promo code.
And then you're going to put in the promo code that's under PowerPoint document on Blackboard.
Yeah.
And you're going to apply.
And make sure it says 0. See, it says this promo code doesn't work.
I just did it on the other email.
Okay.
When you gave me the 10 minutes.
Doesn't work. For the project you choose, double click your code, continue, need help, contact customer support. Okay. So somehow, you need to put your credit code?
I just put in that code.
Okay.
Maybe but I guess since I just did it.
Maybe. But okay. Make sure that if you have that issue, we'll check that. Right. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably because they're removing the code, right? But everybody gets the idea. And if we have issues, what should you do, Ariel, if you have issues? You need, Ariel Francis, what do you need to do? You need to make sure that you...
yeah, there it is.
Okay.
I copied and pasted them all.
Okay. Perfect. That's the key. And then you submit. I guess you need to put in your... So you only need one person to do it, the card number, and then you will not be charged. And just like you were saying, Jasper, later on, what I would do is later on in the semester, at the end of the semester, make a note that you cancel your plan. Because you don't want to eliminate getting that business. Questions? Thank you. It's good that we see that it wasn't a demo, right, Sebastian? We struggled. We almost rehearsed. We rehearsed it with the issues. You got to copy the code correctly. And you have to make sure you remove the code beforehand because they have a sale on this, of that business version. Okay? And then when you get your website and then you make your permissions and give it to everyone, then you can... put your URL for Wednesday. And we'll look at everyone's on Wednesday and we'll talk about what needs to be done. And once you do it the first time, Lily, you'll look at it and of course you'll need to edit it. But quick and dirty. I love it. What do you think? I mean, I don't want to spend 2 weeks with my group just figuring out what is our mission statement. Have something, then we can edit it. You agree with me, Lily? That's how I
Yeah, I agree.
Even though people say, oh, people need to do it, AI is a tremendous help. I mean, of getting things done. But you need to know how to work with it. If you don't know how to work with it, then you're in trouble. And then you are also going to be, if you're in the financial area, some things they don't want you to mess with. Recordings of conversation. They don't want AI to start summarizing because they are, they're tightly regulated. So they're worried about the financial. But to do something like marketing or something like that, or setting up my website, talking about, you know, my aspirations or the aspirations of the company, right? It's great. As long as, legally. Okay, thank you for sharing. Everybody got the idea? Kristen, you have questions? And then it's fun. Then I'm going to show you. You remember 1-800, Christian, 1-800 chat GPT?
Yep.
What I want to do on Wednesday is try to get, that's called a vanity number because what is it about? It's about ChatGPT. I can call it. I can basically go to a URL that's ChatGPT. It talks about chatting with basically a model, right? So in this case, I want every group then to have a linkable number that's a vanity number that we can attach a language model to. That you'll have your own bot and people can call your own number. And what are you looking at, Kristen? Remind me your proposal.
I'm with Jasper. We're gonna do the digital marketing, so we take.
So it could be something about like USA markets or something, or USA digital marketing or something. Mark, call that, and then you'll hear about you guys and what advice you give. People can call it. That's what we'll work on Wednesday, and we'll try to find something. We may not find it, but it'd be great to find like a vanity number, that a phone number that spells something. You got it, and we'll attach a bot to it. So instead of I'm ChatGPT, I'm your company. That's what we'll do on Wednesday. Neat? I'm excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Sebastian, you want to be so kind and we'll get attendance and stay with me?
Let me share my screen.
Oh, I need to upgrade. I need you to. Can you get to it?
Yeah.
You can? You're not upgrade? I'm upgrading you? You don't have to be a host?
I don't think so.
I think so.
Do you guys see that?
Yeah. Okay. 5910. Right? 5910. Stay with me if you have questions. See you guys. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. And Henry, did I answer your question? I think so. Okay. And Sam, you have a question? And Thomas, do you have a question?
I can't get into my Blackboard right now. Is there any way you could mark me down, Sebastian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you. Have a great day, Dr. Rush, and you too, Sebastian.
Okay, and how did it work out? What are you guys doing? What proposal?
We're doing the job finding one.
Okay. Okay, so let's.
Me and Thomas are working on it now.
Okay, so that's. You have it. You know what I mean? I love it that you don't have a lot of people. You know what I mean? Just get it done.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it should be. It'll just be a little hard because there's only 2 people in our group.
yeah, but you'll get it. It'll be.
Yeah.
You really. Topic. And it's also it'll be your own. You know what I mean? You'll get it done. It's not a big deal. And then we'll see what you do for Wednesday. Ready, publish it. Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. So it's great, Sebastian. Let me stop recording.
Sam Warden.
Did you get him?
Just got him.
Okay, great. So let me get YouTube. Stop. Okay. All right. Questions, Sebastian?
No, I mean, I'm assuming they understood the Wix after our
Yeah.
demonstration.
Right.
But I'll probably still get a message or two on how to do it.
Yeah.
But whatever. Tonight I'm gonna do the new assignment,
The VAPI?
the VAPI.
Good, good. So try even to do it. So you understand how it is. Ideally, it would be like USA Insurance, right? And then your parents, you could attach a bot to them, and then on their website it could be USA, insure or something. That would be ideal if we could find a number.
Daniel messaged me last night to see if I can do it by Tuesday night, and I said I'll try to do it today.
Yeah, do it today. It shouldn't. Once you know how to do it, it shouldn't be long. It's just getting a phone number that spells something. That's really that takes some doing that you can try out, and try it out because then you can really use it too. You understand?
Yeah. So that's my plan for today. How about you, Professor?
Okay, I'm gonna just get some more water and go to my next class.
Go for it, Professor.
Okay. Thank you again. I appreciate it. And he told you about that next semester, right?
Yeah.
So
I have to see because I'm gonna be working full time now with my parents. They said it's time I start fully incorporating myself.
Okay, good. So worst comes to worst, you can. I'd love to have you, physically, but at least you can maybe do the grading.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. For sure, I think. I mean, for now, I should be able to do grading, but I can confirm everything.
Yeah, confirm everything so we can make plans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. We definitely, you've done a fantastic job that we want you back. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it, Professor.
Okay. All right. Talk to you later. Ciao.
Take care.
Daniel, do you have time tomorrow to meet? Anytime? What's your schedule like tomorrow?
I don't really.
Okay, fine. No, I just want to make sure
Wednesday
that
I can.
Okay. When?
In the morning.
Oh, what time?
Anytime before 1.
What's good for you?
11.
Okay, let's do 11. So we'll go over the VAPI.
Okay.
Because I haven't. Sebastian said he's going to go over it. Do it. Yeah, so. And then you can meet me after tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe even that we can talk about. Yeah. And I got those emails. I just want to make sure. Did they respond to you? Anybody? Those two?
No.
We'll see. Okay, folks, welcome. If everybody that didn't get permission can turn on their cameras. I heard that people were not feeling well. They were sick. My voice is still out too, so the advantage of us spending time online is that those germs will just not be staying in the cloud. Okay. It's a good medical operation. So if everybody can turn on their cameras and we can get started. Now comes the fun stuff. It's fun and it's trying to, let me just start recording. Do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat? Any volunteers? How do you want to volunteer for the moderating the chat? Anyone that wants to do it with Heidi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Harlan, good. So just, usually there isn't, but if there's something that I need to pay attention for, please. Okay, everyone else, let's turn on our cameras. We'll see where we're going. Thank you, Daniel, for setting that up. Anything else, Daniel? Can I get him? Okay. I'm Haley and Sabrina. Cameras. You can see people.
Sabrina said she wasn't feeling too well.
Okay, all right, great.
I also messaged you.
Okay, thank you. All right, everybody. So that's another reason why we should be here. Okay, so let me start recording as everybody gets seated. That's the beauty that if you're really under the weather, you can be in bed and still be part of the class. That's what I love about it. I'm going to record to the cloud, do my routine of live streaming. going to choose my account. My channel here is training, preparing that API from Zoom to YouTube and preparing to live stream the meeting. See if it works. And we'll do in the in-between. We've got everybody. I see them. Perfect. You know what perfect is? Perfect is perfect. Okay. On Tessa, we kind of see just your forehead part in your hair. It'll be good for, when we do a salon. Give consultations. You can do that, Tessa, too, using AI generated, right? Where we'll do the, how does she look? Does she look better with her part in the middle, part on the side? And we can do AI generated where your part is. I never know where your part's supposed to be. I guess it'll try to figure out your symmetry, right? Of your face. Where's the part supposed to be? Okay, that's it. Perfect. And everyone else coming up to speed. All right. So welcome, everybody. Today we have a busy day. I want to start continuing talking about our project. Your proposals should have been approved by me. If it hasn't been approved, we'll end a few minutes early to make sure that it's approved. Reach out directly today in the chat to Daniel to let him know that your proposal hasn't been approved. Those that I said, put it on your audit area, which proposal has been approved by Dr. Rush, and put that in, and we need to continue on for our next weeks in process. So what today I want to do is continue with our project. Once we have our proposal, we'll connect with Wix. That'll be my academic partnership with Wix, allows us to do the business plan where we'll get more storage. We'll get a way to do Zoom conferencing with Wix. They have an API as well. We'll be able to do that, as well as getting more storage. You'll be uploading videos, doing tutorials on some of the AI tools that you'll be looking at and using. And on Wednesday, we'll also look at another API called Voice API, where everybody remember 1-800-CHAT-GPT? Alexa, you remember that? 1-800. What is that? Alexa, what is 1-800-CHAT-GPT?
Isn't it the call for the...
Right, so if you take out your phone, Alexa. You have a phone right there, right? And basically everybody do that. If you take out your phone and you have you go to your phone and then go to your keypad, how would you call 1-800-CHAT-GPT? Do you know the phone number? Or Alexa, what's the phone number of 1-800-CHAT-GPT?
Is it 1-800-242-8478?
Yeah, why? Because 2 is what? 2 is C, right? Right. H is 4. Right. 2 is A, and T is what? T is 8, and GPT, right? It matches those numbers. Call it. And you can put it on speakerphone. Speaker.
Hi, I'm ChatGPT, an AI assistant. Just so you know, our conversation may be reviewed for safety. By continuing this call, you agree to OpenAI's terms and privacy policy. So,
ask about what is cloud computing.
What is cloud computing?
Cloud computing is a way of delivering various computing services over the internet, like servers, storage, databases, networking, software, and more. Instead of owning physical hardware, you access these resources on demand from a cloud provider, which can be more flexible and cost-effective.
So what are the benefits?
What are the benefits?
Cloud computing offers several benefits. It's cost-effective, since you only pay for what you use. It's scalable, allowing you to easily adjust resources to meet demand. There's also greater reliability with data backup and recovery, and you can access your services from anywhere with an internet connection. Plus, it frees up your IT team to focus on more strategic tasks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So what's the difference between that versus have you ever used ChatGPT before?
Yeah.
In what format?
Like Safari, just like.
Okay, so Safari. So basically in this one, so how do they do that? It's a phone number, and they basically attach a language model or chatbot to that phone number. That phone number has to be what we call real-time linkable. So any phone, your phone number, whatever it is, Alexa, couldn't just gain access to a chatbot right away. It has what we call a vanity number. By the way, did I record? I recorded, Scott. It has what we call a vanity phone number. Have you ever heard of a vanity phone number? A vanity phone number spells something, just like 1-800-CHAT-GPT. So it has that vanity. It's almost like vanity license plates. Have you ever seen that? Where they'll have vanity license plates. Instead of numbers, they'll have words there. We've used something like Notebook LM. You've done that, right, Alexa? Where you put the sources in, and it creates, for instance, a podcast. What they have now is they have phone numbers that are linkable in real time that you can attach a chatbot to that phone. And there are services that allow you to do that. What I want for our project, Alexa, is if we can get vanity numbers that describe maybe our services that we provide, attach it to our website, and just like Notebook LM, when you press that you could join in and answer, it can basically give you a podcast. It would be like ChatGPT, but instead of ChatGPT talking generically, you would answer questions about your business. Do you understand that, Alexa? And then what I'd really like to see, besides us creating this, and this is something, Daniel, that I didn't discuss enough with you, is to go out to businesses that are similar to that and see, would they be interested in something like that? Like, for instance, the development office at the university, where they reach out to alumni, Daniel, would it be useful for them to have that chatbot phone number, let's say Go Canes or something, or USA, whatever, and would they be interested? And because what we're doing is I'm showing you a lot of new technologies, but is there really an interest in it? Because you can be offering all these services that sound neat, but does anyone ever want it? Do you understand, Daniel, what I'm saying here? That I'm exposing everybody and say, oh, that's cool. But in business, it's beyond being cool. In business, I want to serve a need. So one of the things that'd be interesting for students to do is just in general go out and actually, once they have it on their website, the phone, because once you see it, for instance, Alexa, if I tell you vanity phone number, you have no idea what that meant unless you call 1-800-CHAT-GPT and, how do I get one? And somebody will say, well, what's the number? Well, you look at, that's the number, right? And then even when I asked professionals in the field, I said, have you ever called 1-800-CHAT-GPT? They said, no. I said, what do you think is on the other end? They have no clue. And they said, well, I guess somebody answers. You know, they didn't even equate. You understand, Daniel? They didn't even equate. That's really ChatGPT. And then when they say, oh, wow, yeah, now you get it, right? For the demonstration, Alexa. So that's what I'm thinking, Daniel, that it'd be interesting for the students to do is once they have it in their website, reach out just informally as almost like a survey that they're not even selling anything, but would this be of interest to you? Where would you use it? Because not all businesses would want it, right? What if I would have it? So it's that way. So I want to do it. So do you understand, Alexa? So on Wednesday, what we're going to do is that's what we're going to do. Not only get a phone number and attach a bot to it, an assistant, and then we can basically change the sources, you know, put in sources about maybe our website, about some of our other services. But what I'd like to do is see if we can get a number that spells something, which is not easy to do because what about 0? Look at your keypad, Alexa. Everybody open up their phone and look at their keypad. Alex, did you look at your keypad? What letters does 0 have on your keypad? Alex.
It just has a star or plus.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything. What about 1?
Nothing.
Nothing. So 0s and 1s, they're not going to be good on our phone number, right? Because they're not going to spell unless we say maybe we're number 1 or something, or like maybe 0 trust. You got it, Alex? The idea. So it almost is. It'd be great. We'll use some, and you can search it of how do I convert, and maybe for preparation for Wednesday, Alex, you can look at on the web or look for how do I find programs that convert telephone numbers, you know, phone numbers to spell something, and we can start using that. Where the difference here on 1-800, what's the difference between 1-800 and let's say 786, Graham?
1-800 is for businesses.
But what is it in terms of costs?
The 1-800s.
For the business, does that cost the business?
Yes.
Yes. And what about regular phone numbers?
No.
They don't. So, you know, you have unlimited, you know, once I have it. So what I want to do, the difference with, I don't want to use 1-800 numbers for us because what? Because for our experiments, I don't want to spend a dime. Because if I'm not going to make a dime, I don't want to spend it. Especially it's a learning environment that we're doing. Just like with Wix, if I can get us to be upgraded, that's fine. But if I don't want any of you to spend any money until there's a reason for it and say, hey, we can generate revenue, then yeah. So I don't want to use 1-800 number. So for the area code, like 786, look at 786, Graham. Everybody look at your tab, basically look at your phone. When you see 786, Ethan, does it spell anything? Who can tell me what 786 could spell? A word. Dylan, did you look at it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Anybody? First one gets the keys to the Mercedes. Gets extra credit. What? Fun. Great. Fun. Basically, 7 is fun with F?
No, sun with an S.
Okay, sun. Great. So it could be Suntan U.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great, Morgan? Right. Wouldn't that be great? Suntan, you know, Gen AI or something. Great. So that's great. What else besides sun? You're on a roll, Morgan. Instead of, it rhymes with sun.
Run.
Good. You got it. Perfect, Morgan. So you understand? So you could say run airwebs or something, you know, or run or something. So that's what I want to look at. Whether all those, what we're going to be using is we're going to be using a new startup. It's called VAPI, and V is for voice, and API. Have you heard about API, Morgan? It's Application Program Interface. So instead of the regular program interface, it's the voice program interface.ai. So we'll be looking at that, and they let us choose per Gmail account. They let us use 10 numbers that we can try out. So some of them I don't even want to try out, but those like something like that, or USA. I know I tried some numbers with USA. You understand that? And it'd be interesting that each group you have, let's say 3 to 4 people in your group, each of you try to find some numbers, and those that get the best number or the closest, then you'll use it for your project. And then you can then put in some, you can change the prompts, and then you have already a chatbot attached to your number. Understand, Morgan? Great.
Yes, makes sense.
Makes sense. And then we'll see, but it makes sense only afterwards to see what type of companies want something like that. Because you can give a service like that, but if nobody wants it, or we need to adapt it. So that's my idea that we'll do on Wednesday. You got it? So let me do this a little bit. Let me share with you our what's due section, and then I'll have Daniel, if you don't mind, Daniel, kindly, that you'll show them just kind of like their overview if they haven't done the wicks of what we want them to do for Wednesday. So, and Wednesday, once we get that done, that's why it's important to keep up and not slack off, because every week we're going to be doing another project here. So I know this is our class. Let me see. Is this J? This is J. So what's the first thing I need to do is I want to go to what's due. I want my editor off, so you see, I see what you're about. So basically, did you see that, Alexa? We had due this week, we had the tech guy, cloud computing, and you ready can speak to what? ChatGPT, you ask them about it, right? Cloud computing. You have the readings, you have an adaptive assignment, and your quizzes. And for this Wednesday, you have your final project, part 2, upgrade Wix and collaborate. You have the artificial intelligence, the assignment, and the quizzes. And there's one thing else I'd like you to do and pay attention to, is everybody go to web links. Everybody see web links? You see that, Alexa? Web links. On web links, I have the 2 first links I want you to look at. One is a couple of questions. What is cloud computing? What are some examples by industry? And what's the next one? What are cloud computing? What are the benefits? What are the types of cloud computing? Public, private, and hybrid. What are the types of cloud services? Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and what are the uses? Alexa, do you think these look like good questions for the exam?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can
I'll put that in what's due.
Yeah, be so kind and look at those 2. Thank you so much for Wednesday. I appreciate it. And then you can do that for all 3 sections. I usually don't even have to tell you. You're so good. You read my mind. And if you look at it, it's basically what is cloud computing, right? Cloud computing is what? On demand. And basically, Alexa, you know this already, but every software that you've used already is what? It's really in the cloud. What does it mean in the cloud? It means on a browser going to the internet, right? And it's pay-as-you-go pricing. So if I think about pay-as-you-go pricing, Graham, what does that mean?
It means you pay as you use the service.
Yeah, it's like electricity, right?
Yep.
You turn on the air, you pay more, right? In August in Miami, you're paying your electrical bill is basically more than in March, right? Or in February, right? Pay as you go. And instead of buying and owning, right, you access those services, even like hardware, those data centers, those services. Graham, we start together. What is your project? Which one are you going to do? What proposal?
I believe we were doing the like therapy.
Okay, that's great. I love that. I think that, you know what I'd love, Graham, too, is actually go to counselors and go to peers, see if they're interested in something like that. See if they're interested in those services, and even as a phone number that I'm going to call, like, you know, is there any kind of stress exercise that I can do before my exam to help me calm down or something like that? See if they're interested. And instead of, if we did that, I'm saying to you, what do you think if we buy a whole bunch of computers to do this in a year? Do you think the value of those computers are going to go up or down or stay the same? Down. So why invest in all of this? We don't even know if our business is going to succeed. So, and then if we get really popular, then whatever I got was not going to be enough, so I can expand with. So there's a video here on how to do it, who's using it, what are the benefits, what does agility mean, Graham?
Like you can quickly shift your...
Right, can shift. Do I know what's going to happen? Do I know what's going to happen? Maybe it's going to be a big hit, right? And all of a sudden I say, hey, you know, you'll say, Dr. Rush, I really need a CTO. Can we hire Daniel to help us with, you know, some of these decisions? All of a sudden, hey, maybe we should get some counselors in here. Maybe we can get some people from the counseling center. Maybe they can be our partner, right? All of a sudden we have to be agile. So it's going to be agility, and what else? It's going to be elastic. What does that mean? You're on a roll, Graham. What does elastic mean? Elasticity.
Like you can scale your resources.
Yeah, scale. We can scale up. We can scale down. I can buy. All of a sudden, Graham, I'm going to have to predict how we're going to do. I don't know how we're going to do, and I'm going to have to put all that money in. Graham, I don't want to put in any money yet. Right? So I want, you know me, on the cheap side. Let's go. Once we get revenues, I'll be happy to spend as much as you want, right? But I don't want to spend this is all going to go downhill, right? And then cost savings, of course. I'm going to, as I consume it, right? Deploy it, types of cloud computing. So notice this, Dylan. I have right here the types of cloud computing. Everything has AAS in it. Do you see that, Dylan? Dylan Henry? What does AAS stand for, you think?
I'm not totally sure.
Well, read it. What does it say? What does that say? Right here.
Like as a service?
Right. You know it. You just have to read it, right? You get so excited. You say, oh, I don't know. We all don't know, right? We got to kind of in the guessing. So this is as a service. What does as a service mean? It means it's over the internet, Dylan. So it means that it's over the internet. And how do I get over the internet? I go through a browser, right? And that's going to be a service provided to me as a business. Infrastructure as a service means basically that we don't have to buy all the computer and hardware. We don't have to buy all the data storage space. And you know it, Dylan, right? You have external data, right? Where do you get it from? Where do you get it from, Dylan?
The cloud.
Mm-hmm. Who provides that to you?
Like my phone, like Apple.
Right. They're giving you then that data storage space, infrastructure as a service. You just know it as, of course, you grew up with it, right? I always got my extra one from Apple. You just never thought that this is what it's called. Right, Dylan? So when you say you don't know, you know, but you didn't know that this is the terminology that they use. And for business especially, you know, for your storage, and think about if you were a bank, think about if you're a university, right? They need all this storage space. In some ways, they have computers that they've bought that are stored in some building, that are stored in these rooms that take care of that. And notice what happens with that is they got to get what? somebody to maintain it, somebody to check on it, somebody to update it. You remember, were you in the lab with me last couple of weeks ago? Were you on the exam, Dylan?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, and you see what the problem was? I had to have 4 people come in to be our backup, including Daniel, right, to make sure that the hardware worked. And who are we? Some measly, 35 people. Can you imagine if I had 10,000, 100,000? The staff, and even that, did everything work smoothly, Dylan?
Yeah, it works smoothly.
For us, we had still issues, right? Some people, you remember, some of those computers didn't work. And how many times did how many times did you check on it, Daniel, that hardware?
At least 3.
At least 3 times. Daniel, can you imagine that? I know already from my experience that if they tell me it's easy, no problem, what do I know, Dylan? I know that either they don't know what they're talking about or they're lying to me, because I know there's always issues, right? And Daniel knows it too. And Daniel, even, I physically got him there, right, to check on it. And guess what, Daniel, what were the results? Did it work perfectly?
There were issues.
There were issues. We call them issues, right? And we made sure that that's why, remember, Dylan, I asked you to bring your laptop? There was a reason. Yeah. Remember? So now we can think about it, that infrastructure. Platform as a service. What is a platform? A platform, Dylan, is just like an operating system. Windows, iOS, Mac. That's instead of, if I don't have that, if we're running some financial software that needs Windows. Do you have Windows on your machine, Dylan? What?
Not on my machine.
Not on your machine. So in case that, you'd say, hey, listen, you would tell your service guys, hey, let's use platform as service. Let's run the software of Windows that we need. Let's run it in the cloud. And that's called platform as a service. You got it? And software as a service, Dylan, you know that. Tell me any application that you use every day. When you wake up, what applications do you use? When you look at your phone or you look at your laptop?
I don't know, like social media or like messages or something.
Right. All of that is what? Is that software as a service? And the way that you know whether it is, do you have to have internet access to see it? If you have internet access, that's what software as a service is. And you remember when we were trying to do screen recording, some of the screen recording could possibly be downloading it to your own laptop and using it there. That's not software as a service. But the majority is what? We're on Zoom right now. Is Zoom software as a service, Dylan?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you can say yeah. You know it. You don't even have to think about it, right? If you ask the right question, Dylan, what? Am I using the internet? Am I using a browser to get to it? Then it's software as a service. Who has to maintain it? Basically, the university doesn't have to maintain Zoom. People in Zoom have to maintain it. Could it be down, Alexa? Yes, that's the problem with the benefits. So basically, you can see here in this one, they're both, and then I can see Amazon is one of the key vendors, and it's called AWS, Amazon Web Services. That is the most, you've heard of Amazon, of course, Dylan, right? And have you ever ordered from Amazon? Probably, yes? But really, where they're getting the most of their revenue and their profitability is from this. AWS is all those platforms as a service that they're giving. Okay? And Microsoft then would be the same thing. They are called Azure. And Microsoft, what it is, it's the same idea that if I open them in a new tab, what is basically, guess what? What is cloud computing? Azure, you see where it says Azure there, Dylan? That's their company, Azure, and it's basically what? Cloud computing combined, and guess what? Server, storage, database, networks, analytic intelligence over what? The internet, the cloud, to offer what, Dylan? Faster innovation, flexible, that's agile, economies of scale, scalability. You pay only for cloud services. What does that mean? On demand, helping lower costs, and defining it, and the types, cost, speed, global, blah, blah, blah. Make sense? You see how this could be an open-ended question? Giving the benefit, understanding the different, you can have a public cloud, you can have a private cloud, you can have a hybrid, and look at that. Now, if I ask you, Dylan, what is AAS? Of course you know what that is. What is it? As a service. Everything's easy when you know it. And notice already it's chat with AI. You see here? They're already throwing in my AI. And the AI, of course, is going to be all part of this cloud computing. You got it? That's it. Questions? So you see how it comes back to you, Dylan? That now it makes sense. You know it even. You just never use those terms. When you see AAS, but now you know it, and when you speak with businesses, and then you say, hey, what are we going to do? You say, hey, listen, for all our business, for all our computers, for all our computing, let's use Amazon. A lot of the startups say, hey, we'll be on Amazon and we'll be on Azure. Because they say, hey, I don't want to do all my computer. I don't know what my business is going to be like. And even if I do know, it's going to save me what? It's going to save me time. Because Dylan, do you want to, if we're starting off, do you want to be hiring a whole IT staff? I don't. I don't even know if we're going to be successful. So what am I going to hire a whole bunch of people? And Graham, am I going to buy a whole bunch of computers that'll be outdated? I know. And what? Anytime I buy hardware, next year, there'll be a new one. Then who's gonna buy it when we say, when we decide? Anybody hear about 23andMe?
Yeah.
What happened today?
Oh, today?
They're bankrupt.
They went bankrupt?
They went bankrupt. Hey, that's interesting. Didn't see that coming, right?
They don't sell the data.
Well, the question is the state of California, who's very strict, much stricter than Florida. Florida has no privacy rules whatsoever. But the state of California has put out a warning to anybody that's on 23andMe, go delete your data. Because just think about, first of all, they're not even a hospital, so they're not even HIPAA compliant, even though they say, we keep your data, Graham, and all this stuff. So think about all the, so, and they got millions when they started in there. That idea, didn't it sound, she's no dummy that was running this place. She was, had a PhD and all this. As a matter of fact, she used to be married to the head of Google. That's just an aside, my gossip that I know. But she basically couldn't make it, and they were going to do things with everybody's DNA. You were going to do, it sounded lofty. They were going to use all this, your DNA, for, you take your swab and you upload it, and then they were going to do medical research, do drugs. They had all these plans, Graham.
Yeah, I was on there, I did it in 2016, so.
Okay. So, and did you find anything new about yourself?
No, it's pretty boring.
Okay, so anyways, and did your whole family do it? Or just you?
The whole family.
Okay, so tell your family, let them know at least you learned something in this class. That you were awake somehow in this class, that we should all go ahead and, you can look it up in the internet of just going into that website and delete, and supposedly they're going to give me a confirmation that they deleted it. Daniel knows me that I don't believe anybody until they verify, right? So the idea, even when they tell me I'm going to delete it, but hopefully, I'm just thinking, with my DNA, it's not so bad, but maybe, hopefully they're protecting my credit card and stuff. But anyways, so my point was that they were just, if you would have asked me a couple of years, I would have said, yes, invest in them. I know her. She's brilliant, she's in Silicon Valley. She has a lot of good connections, getting all those people. And doesn't it sound like a great idea? I mean, who in medical research, personalization of medicine, AI. Some things don't work out. Her sister, as a matter of fact, was one of the...
You know if they're restructuring or they're just
I don't know. All I know is they're bankrupt, and all I know is that the governor of California they announced, we tell all of our California residents to delete your data. But like sometimes when they do it, because it's enormous. But that's aside. Okay. But it's funny that I called on you on that I haven't. And I know a lot of people that were telling me, oh, I'm so much in a percentage of this origin and that, and it's interesting. But I have a tendency for this disease, that disease, no longer. But it'll come back. I'm sure something like this will come back in another format. It's just execution. Okay. So Daniel, my voice is leaving me, so I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about what the students need for Wednesday. Alexa, you understand what we're going to do on this Wednesday. Others of you can even kind of fool around with vappy.ai and finding phone numbers, but that's what we're going to do on Wednesday. So we need to do Wix, the first part, for this Wednesday. It shouldn't take long, but everything is that you needed to vote. So, Daniel, it's for you.
Share my screen. All right, so for Wednesday, it's pretty simple, just an introduction. Everyone is going to want to go to Wix.com and make a Wix account. It should be pretty simple. One person in each group needs to create a website. So I can walk through those steps.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yeah, we kind of already started it a little bit the other day, but
start it. So create a new site. Everybody create a new site. But what I want you to do
one person.
Right, one person create a new site.
Per group. Yeah.
Per group. You start it.
So you guys can either choose to start with the chat or without the chat. Without the chat's a template. With the chat is AI.
I would do the AI just to see how it works too.
Just do the AI. So the site will be a consulting website where we offer packages of services, have an about page and a contact us page.
And don't we want to have a mission statement?
Yes. And on the home page there will be a mission statement.
Do we want to have a show our team too?
Yeah. So the about us page,
about and our team, maybe.
With team members pictures. Okay.
Okay.
I think that should work.
But you guys can figure out via the instructions.
Yeah. And even if you don't include it
right.
here, you can always add that page.
Right.
It's not that difficult. What will be the name? You can call it maybe sample, like just an idea.
Well, let's not call it sample. Let's say actually do it. So let's do it.
I can do the same one for my last one.
Yeah, do that.
Intel AI Chat.
You do it based on your own.
Target audience. Students of universities looking.
Is that our target audience? Okay. All right.
Anyone, any company will have a different target audience.
Right. And then it makes you think about it. And what I would even do is you can even do this. You could even do this with Zoom, of having one person like Daniel and having your other 3 people in your group. Everybody understand? The other 3 people in your group decide together what is going to be our not leave it to one person, but basically get together. This should take less than an hour, right?
Oh yeah, this is much quicker than
Yeah,
that.
take it less than an hour. Set up time, like tonight or tomorrow. Set this up. what are the students who are the ones? Go to the next one, and then just do it through Zoom. Share your screen, just like we're doing now.
Yeah. So let's just say for this one, that's the target audience. You guys will all have your own. Let's see. Blog or e-commerce. No, I don't have those.
Okay.
Makes them unique.
Okay.
Our team is working very hard to understand new AI software.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to the dashboard and see what it's done. So this is my, I guess, official one that I've already made. And then this is the temporary one.
Okay. So let's look at.
So creating or connecting a custom domain, that's something you'll do in the next assignment. So you don't have to do it now.
I don't want you to. Let's make a point here. I do not, and maybe you can put that in a note somewhere, Daniel. I do not want in this assignment you to do a custom domain yet. Because basically, based on our phone numbers, do you understand that? Based on our phone numbers that we'll use with VAPI, maybe we can find something that will create our domain name that will be similar. Okay.
Yes, you guys will see with VAPI, it's 10 phone numbers, and there is a chance that one of them will be a cool name. So if you don't get the cool name, well, then you'll make up a domain of your choice, and if you do get something, it would be nice to incorporate that somehow.
Yeah, somehow in the domain name. Right. It would match, like 1-800 ChatGPT or like.
We can go here to site and mobile app. Let's go back to home. Yeah, design site. So you can generate the design with AI or pick a template. Right. This is separate from what we just did. Just generate the design.
At least it gets us started. You understand it, Graham? What I like about the AI is you don't spend 2 weeks thinking about what's my mission statement. Then I can start changing it. That's what I like about it. Let's get started. And they may not do a good job, and of course you're going to need to edit it. You can't just take it as is. That's what we have human intelligence for. And then maybe in another year they'll get it better at this. That I won't even have to add that. Get so good. This is just the beginning.
And I remember when I did it, I used AI, and it was way worse than it is now. So
yeah, no, it's improving. And then you can also use other, like ChatGPT and others, to even feed that into that one and get it better. Yeah, they're better. In the beginning, they were horrible.
Oh, yeah. It was not good. And I think that's why Ellery was saying to use the template.
Yeah, at that time. But I want to do it because I want to explore. I want to be critical and seeing what they do well and what they don't, and then we can see how they advance, right? She wanted it in terms of she's not looking at it as an educational point. I'm saying let's use all the AI tools rather than other people say, oh, start from scratch. Right, and we see some things may not work. We're going to see it. But what I do want you to do is once you do that is show them how to fill it in, that upgrade.
Yes.
So if this is not working, I don't know. Sometimes it's not working.
It's quite slow.
I know it. And that's the problem with Wix too. Wix is very slow. I'm using them not because they're the best developers, but I'm using them because they've offered us a premium version of the business, but I just want to make sure that they see how to upgrade where they take out the code, because right this week the business has a sale of the 50%. You have to remove the code that's already there and put in our code. So maybe let's do that. Can we go back to your
yeah, I'm
dashboard?
trying it. It just seems to be frozen.
Yeah, that's one. Reload. Let's see. Changing may not be safe. Let's just even reload so we can see it. People can play around with it. And sometimes if the AI is not working, just use the templates. You can start as many as you want, but only one person then can upgrade. Yeah, we may have to go back to show it.
You're locked into that website.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we may be locked in. That's a problem. You see that?
I'm trying to click off of it.
What?
It's stuck.
Yeah. Can you get another browser or?
It seems to be
Stuck everything?
Yeah. Trying to even close it. Yeah, everything's stuck.
What?
Even it's like Zoom is stuck.
Right. Okay, let me just see. Can you stop sharing? Yeah, let me just see if I can share.
Okay, now it works.
Okay, of course, because I said. Okay, hold on, share now.
There we go.
Okay, great.
Refresh and it'll be there.
Okay, good. Okay, so show them also.
Okay, so
let's see.
So assuming you're done with setting up the website and everything,
yeah,
you can click on upgrade.
This is where everybody needs to pay attention. You got that? Alexa, in this case, everybody notice here. You see this, Dylan? You want to use the business. Because what's the idea of the business? We get a free business. Everybody put that in your notes because you get a lot. You get business, elite, core, light. We want to do business because we get 10 collaborators. We get 100 gig of storage space. We get the standard marketing suite. And we get that free domain for a year. So that's what we want to do. So select that. Now make sure, put that also in your notes, Graham, is that you have the yearly, because sometimes they'll put you by default, they'll love it for 3 years or 2 years. Make sure we get it yearly because we want to get the discount of 0. And it says here, save $84, but I don't want to save $84. I want 0. So this is this. I don't even want your credit card. So here, enter promo code. You see that on the right?
Find that promo code.
Yeah. So show them where they can get the promo code. Because this is the key.
Sure. It's just in the assignment on the second page.
Okay. In the assignment page of that PDF, you'll see the code.
You see if you put this code in, it removes everything.
So everybody
put a credit card in there.
No. So in this,
but it won't charge you.
They don't charge you, but this has to be 0. Tessa, you see that? So this, if it's not 0, do not do it. So make sure you remove the previous code and use only the code that we got for this class. And then you submit. And then you can assign each of the members of your group. You can sign, thank you, Daniel. You can assign each of the members of your group to be what? Roles and permissions that you have. They have maximum roles and permissions that they can do other things. People then can do your team. You can see it. So you know what would be good now is go over the PDF and we can just, your instructions of your PDF. Everybody see that? And then you have it. And then you will have the preview. And then you publish. And you will then publish your site for Wednesday for Wix. Wix is part of your part of your domain name. It's a subdomain because we don't want our domain just yet. Questions? In the chat, put your questions. So, Daniel, you want to go to your instructions?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Okay. Business plan. So we don't want to pay $432. You got it, Graham? Zero is the hero for us.
So this is the PDF. This is your assignment. And then down at the second page, right at the top, this is the code. You guys can just copy that right off here. And yeah, only one person per group.
This is the code.
I have a question. Sorry. If the subscription's for 12 months, does that coupon, like, do we have to cancel the subscription after the class?
You can, yes.
Yes.
Like, will it charge our credit card?
There's an option to turn off auto-renew. So everyone is encouraged to do that, of course.
Yeah.
And we'll send out a reminder at the end of class.
Yeah. But you want to do it right. So Haley, are you the one that was speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, so Haley, make sure, put a note on your calendar that at the end of give it, at the end after we can review your exams, your project. So at the very end of the semester after exams, just cancel it. Don't cancel your auto renewal.
Okay, thank you.
But others, if you really want to take it, you have another 9 months or whatever to use it. So other people, if it's really great, either you can pursue it as a business, or Haley, if it's so great, you can sell it to someone with the domain name and basically the website and the phone number and the chatbot, and they can take it over. You never know. Or you want to continue. But yes,
everyone has to do some things on the website, the homepage, all of that stuff. But before any of that happens, we encourage you to add everyone to the website.
Right.
So to do that, you go down here where it says settings, and you make sure you've selected the correct one. Here I selected the one I've already upgraded to premium. That way I can show you how to do it. You go to settings, and then you scroll down to roles and permissions. And then here you can invite collaborators. So you just send.
You can make them co-owners.
Yeah, exactly.
Or go up a little bit, or you can make them website designers, I guess, that they can do it also. They just can't do the billing part. Yeah. So you can make them website managers as well.
Yeah, this wouldn't let them see your billing page.
Right.
It would just allow them, if they wanted, to add the billing or something like that.
Yeah, add additional one. So you can do admin or website manager. Right.
Yeah.
Probably the best is admin co-owner.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So then, as far as editing the site, I'll go into my other one.
And this is the site that Daniel did when he was a student in my class. And
yes.
AI was much less, and that wasn't that long ago. How was that, a year ago?
That was a year ago, yeah.
A year ago, and how much has gone, right?
So, say you wanted to add an about page and have your members. You can go to pages and menu, and you can just add a menu item. Say a new page. And then you can select what that would look like. This is just general page templates. Of course, you're going to change that anyway. Or you can even add a blank page and do it all yourself.
It's up to you. And then you can change everything on it. But it's slow today. But anyway, everybody got the idea? Any questions? You can unmic yourself if you have any questions. So this is due for Wednesday. So what I suggest you do is just do it via Zoom have one person kind of do it together. And then add, your pictures and things like that you had done. Anytime you add stuff, this is like super slow. Okay. So, are we stuck here, Daniel? Any questions? So, Daniel, you want to unlink? I think we lost. Graham, do you think we lost Daniel? He froze?
Yeah.
I think he froze. Okay, so let me do this. Hopefully, I can't. This will stop other screen sharing. I'm going to say yes. Okay, now I'm going to share my screen. And now I'm going to go to attendance. And I'm going to go to check-in. Check-in. Start check-in. 6024. So sign into check-in. Stay with me if you have additional questions. Otherwise, we'll see each other on Wednesday. And I thank my moderators. And Dylan, I gave you a hard time, but see, you succeeded. Right? Wasn't so hard now. Pardon?
What was the code again?
6024.
I apologize, my computer crashed.
It's okay. You want to put in the chat, Daniel? 6024.
Sure.
We figured that as much. Of course, it happened, right?
Yes.
Right when you're sharing. What else is new, huh? When they tell me there's no problems with technology, no issue, right?
Well, I think it was just I was using too much RAM.
Yeah. Whatever it is, that's why it's good backup, right? Backup of people, backup of recovery. You came back. Okay.
Yeah, Wix uses a lot of RAM.
Yeah. Wix is notoriously too slow. Okay. We're set. Stay with me if you have questions. Otherwise, have a good day. We'll look forward to the next edition. And Graham, now you can share with your family. Our 20.
Is there an attendance?
What?
Is there an attendance?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
It's in the chat.
6024.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's see who is left. Let me stop recording. Yes. Okay, Tessa, you're there, and Morgan and Avery, sometimes they don't log off.
Yeah, me and Avery are in group 5.
Yeah, what's the issue?
I wasn't there last class because I had strep, and so I think I met with my group to do the proposals, but they said that last class they presented to 2, I guess, but one of them wasn't approved. So we still need to get ours approved, and we modified it a little bit.
Okay, so what is it? You want to share it?
Yeah, here I can share my screen. Do you want me to just show you the proposal?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we just get one of them approved and not...
Right. Well, I don't know. It depends on what it is. I don't remember. You know what I mean?
We had, neither of ours were approved.
Yeah.
Because?
I don't think I did a good job explaining it.
Okay.
Well, this is our... Okay. I got it here. So we have 2. One of them is for marketing, a marketing AI type thing, and then the other one is for I think it's a tutoring, to help tutor with classes and stuff. I think we want to do that one.
So you want to do which one? The tutoring?
Yeah, proposal 2.
Okay, and who do you want to do it to? Who's your target audience?
We want to do it for like college students.
Okay, so you have to say that. And what are you gonna? What are your services? What services are you gonna provide for college students?
We're doing Zoom and then Chegg and then Notebook LM.
And so I'm a student, right?
Yes.
I need help, and are you going to charge for this or what? And what are you going to do? How long does it take me to learn Notebook LM?
Not long.
Okay, and then Chegg, are they still in business?
Chegg is still in business. They're pretty good, but you do have to have a subscription for that.
Okay, and what you have a subscription?
I personally do. I don't know about the rest of my group.
Okay, like and then Zoom. What are they gonna do in Zoom?
So for Zoom, it's like we were thinking of using the AI feature on Zoom that summarizes your your meetings after, so you can like go back in and like analyze what you guys discussed for like help you study for things. So if like you're on a Zoom, for instance, like this class, and it's like.
And how many people you have in your group?
We have
4 of us.
Me, it's our other group members are Issa and Presley.
Okay, and where are they?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not sure either.
Issa is sick. She sent the doctor's note and everything.
Yeah.
And Presley, okay. Okay, you want to comment on this, Daniel? I think it needs to have more. Don't you agree, Daniel?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, those are good tools that you could use. I think you would need one more. And there's no problem with showing a paid AI tool as long as you have it already. You're willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
And then I would also do something where you're going to be teaching me something rather than just a notebook of ways to do better prompting. Just to teach somebody how to do notebook, it takes 10 minutes? How you could do it almost in your sleep once you did it, right?
Yeah.
And put it together. But I think maybe what you can focus in on more better ways to do prompting. Maybe you can look at some tutorials. Go outside the box because you guys already know this.
Yeah.
So what I want your project to do is also that you learn new products as well. These you agree with me, Morgan? See, these you already know already, so it's like, I'm just going to repeat the same. I can do my same. This will be simple. I can just do my same things that I did for my assignments.
Yeah.
But I'd rather you do something. One is teach them more on prompts. 2, to look at different tutoring systems and see how they do it, and look at your competitors on how they're doing it, to make it more in depth rather than just this is like slap it in and finish in 10 minutes. You've done Zoom, put your Zoom in, you've done already, and then the Zoom also, a lot of the things that we require to do, you need to have an enterprise version. So maybe it's in terms, maybe you can think about, we'll do peers, maybe we'll do webinars, maybe we'll have an actual tutor, maybe we'll concentrate on business classes that were difficult, or maybe math, and we'll maybe have the tutor in there. We can use other sites, maybe even we can take it from Khan Academy, other places. Try to be more innovative that you're doing it rather than repeating. Do you understand that, Avery? Rather than repeating that this is like a slacker project, that this is, wow, not only do I know this, I know 4 other products. Or I can look at it in more in-depth. Or I can look at the joint.
I was, that makes more sense, because I think I was under the impression that it was more of like a project where you kind of like show off what you've learned about those things, but I guess, so it's like...
Yeah, but I don't mind you showing that, but it has to be more than what you've learned. You understand? Because it's another month of in-depth where I have no problems with that. Those can be 3, but those can be done real quickly, but then go ahead and have your group explore other ways. Any other comments, Daniel?
No, I agree.
Do you understand, Morgan? I want you to have more, not less. No,
Okay.
I don't want the semester to end in the midterm.
Got it.
You understand? I want it now. Now that you have the basics, Morgan, now you really can exceed.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you know already how to record. So
Yeah.
take new products that are available to record. Get into depth of where are you struggling in classes. You understand? Rather than to just use something to tell me the answers, right?
Do we use like I use like AI for like math. Like I have like math apps that like.
Yeah, sure. But use it and show people how to use any of the math apps and a number of different things, and show how do you prompt different, because the key a lot of times is prompting. You know, how do I prompt well? How do I get, of just
or
not.
like a custom podcast instructions, all that stuff.
Okay, got it.
And then you can take some of those and then create a couple of those other ones.
Okay.
Okay? And look at it, Morgan, look at it that way. Okay, this is our basics. Now we want to go and look at more.
Okay.
And more in depth. Okay? Then, because if you just did that, that would be no more than a C.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because it would be, hey, you're repeating the same thing. What have you learned? Nothing.
Okay.
Do you understand? I'm being real, right?
No, that makes sense.
Right? Let's be real about it. You know what I mean? It'd be and I don't think you need to be the slacker group, that they got by.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I do not want to be the slacker group. I think I was just, okay.
No, but, and I even appreciate, Morgan, I give you credit. You were the only one in the class that said, hey, it's sun. Oh, okay, run too. Everybody else was asleep at the wheel. And you weren't talking. So you're bright. You know what I mean? That's like an intelligence test right there, Morgan. So take it. So use it. Use your intelligence. You know what I mean? And leave the group. You know what I mean? We can do more. Not we can do less. And then you can really basically when people were saying, then you could actually give it out as a service, or even say, hey, are other people want to do this? Buy us out. We'll exit. No, because other people don't know all that, And then even what you could do is set up Zoom conference calls. You can do with Wix. You can do conference calls, so people then can set up the consulting with Zoom.
Okay.
And then they can make. You can do like, hey, we're gonna have. We'll go over how to do this. Plus, maybe we'll do, if there's demand, we'll go over the harder classes that people want instructions with using, and we'll show you how to use it or something like that. Be innovative. You're the student view. You know what students want. I have no idea. Do you know what I mean? If you told me what faculty want, I can tell you, but you know better than me what students really would want, what's good for them.
Okay.
So think about it. All right, great. Perfect.
Okay. So then should we modify that and then?
Yeah, no, well, I'm approving it. But you modified it because you want to do it already for Wednesday, but modify it that it's much more in depth than just going over Zoom, notebook, and check. Yes. Okay, that everybody knows.
Okay.
But use it. Don't discount it, but add on to it. Perfect.
Okay.
Talk to you later. Ciao.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
My pleasure. She was the only one that got it, of Sun and Fun, so she's not dumb. You know what I mean? So
she's done well on the assignments too.
No, but I'm just telling you that that's almost like an intelligence test right there. Did they get it?
Yeah.
So it's my intelligence. So that's what you need to encourage, is those slacker groups. If they got that, it's a C for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Talk to you later.
Sure, I'll see you. 7:50ish.
Whenever you're finished, I'll wait for you. When are you going to? How late should I wait for you?
Latest would be 8, but probably before that.
Okay. Ciao.
Yeah, and then that was it Catherine Cordazo or something?
Yeah, she showed. I told them, and I told her group to show up. And if this is not going to work, my reasoning was, it's going to be more of a burden if you have her do it on her own. it'll be just more work for you. Let her join another group if she's really, and I rather her in a lesser group. So maybe if she is bright, she'll help those other groups.
If she does nothing, she'll get 0. So.
Right. If she does nothing, and it's less burden on you. You know what I mean? If you have her do it by, and already she's, you know what I mean? These are issues for her, so I'm not expecting.
The only question, how long should we give her to redo those assignments?
Short.
Like a week or 2?
A week. I would do it. Okay. And you know what I would do? Oh, okay. Is there, yeah, have her do it in a week. She said she was going to do it. Have her a week, because it's been, I'll give her a week and that's it. If that's not possible, that she should have told us, you know, months ago. She never even had the, you know, I'm doing more than we should. You know what I mean? You know, so I'll give her a week. Whatever it is, you have a week and she's not going to get full credit.
No, it'll be partial.
Partial credit, but if she wants it and she doesn't want to do it, but I think it's important because then she'll be able to do the Zoom and the other part, you know, and the recordings. It'll be important for her to make her recordings, but that's why I want to do it. Make sure that she realizes it. It'll be at least be better than zeros.
I agree.
Okay, but that she shouldn't. Just the idea. I would have given her full credit had she told me, you know, that week my father's in the hospital. You know, excuse me, or whatever. It would be fine. Okay, talk later. Ciao.
Awesome.
So where are you, Finley?
I'm currently in my car, but is it okay if I listen off my phone because my computer was having some technical difficulties earlier?
Yeah, please. Hopefully you can see the screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, so because we'll be sharing. Okay. So sure.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we got. You know what I mean? Life is that's the beauty of this class. You know, people are sick can turn off their camera. You know, people that are sick can not infect each other. I'm getting over something too myself, so we'll see how far I get. Okay, let me get my cough drop.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Always, we got to accommodate each other. What can we do? But are you driving, Finley?
No, my dad is.
Okay, good. Let him know that I wouldn't let you do it if you were driving.
No, don't worry.
I tell you to move over. Okay. All right. Send him my regards anyway. Tell them that you're a good student. That I say so. You should be proud. I don't say it. I'm pretty tough. I don't say it about everyone. She knows. Right, Finley? I don't give out compliments easily. Well deserved. Okay. So, Greta, everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what this is. The only thing I can tell you about this section, this is the worst attendance of any of my sections. I don't know what's going on. If it's the hour of the day or what. What?
Maybe just because it's late.
I know, but I think it's even when I was looking at it, it was like, wow. So hopefully, and the problem is we have all the, this is like the fun part, but we're going to do a number of different tasks. You know what I mean? And every time we're going to do something. So Frank, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay?
I'm good. Yeah, everything's okay.
Okay, good. Okay, so even if it's a small group, we'll start and we'll continue with it. Okay. So let's wait till everybody gets at least a good portion get online, and then we'll start. Questions, comments before we begin? Everybody hear about 23andMe? What did you hear, Greta?
My mom did it a while back. I haven't heard like anything recent about it. If something
they went bankrupt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I also heard a rumor that Chipotle might go bankrupt. Also, I don't know if that's.
Yeah, but you may want to tell your mom that where does she live? What state?
Colorado.
Okay, so she may have already heard, but Colorado may have those things where it's for privacy. You know, California is kind of the first for privacy, but basically 23andMe, which was a great idea. I know the CEO, she's brilliant, but she couldn't get it to work. The idea is great. Get the DNA from, from consumers, and then say we'll do medical research, can do drug development, and basically it just didn't work out. And she tried so many different ways, and it was bankrupt. So what about the data? Remember how we always talk about security? All that data with all the DNA and things, and it's not a hospital that they have to abide by, HIPAA regulations, even though they say your data's safe. So they're saying in California, delete your account and also delete your data. Again, I'm not so sure. You know me a little bit better than I'm a skeptical person, even if they say they're going to delete your data, but at least you can say that they'll confirm that they'll delete your data. But anyways, so things are going. The idea of you think, hey, she basically created such a great company, got a lot of backing, but it just wasn't able to flip over enough from revenue generation on it. So I don't know all the details on it. And she comes from a brilliant family. Father's a physics professor at Stanford. Her other sister was basically in charge of YouTube. She was married to founder of Google, and their family, housed them in their garage in the very beginning, the founders of Google. So you see, even these types of companies where they have great backgrounds, sometimes it doesn't work. So we'll see. Okay, what else? Anything else I need to... so the question is, since we have not ideal attendance in this class, today should be, everybody should have approved their proposals, because on Wednesday what is due is basically setting up a first draft of your website on your proposals. You understand, Will? You look like you're in shock. So is your proposal is your proposal approved, Will?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So one of the things, and I'll talk about what we're going to be doing, which is really exciting. So many exciting things that we're going to have in the future that I want to discuss with you today. So I'm going to need by the end of the session, and if your proposal was not approved, you need to stay with me to make sure your proposal is approved so you can go on to the next step. Every week I'm going to be presenting additional materials with you. We'll do a fun project on Wednesday that I'll discuss as well with you. So we need to be set with it. Okay? So Allie, how's it going? You're set with your proposal? Remind me what you're going to be doing.
My proposal was to help students with job prep and like interviews and stuff like that, like an AI source to help out with that.
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. So we'll talk about it. So we're great on that one. Okay, and hopefully everybody's will get your camera up and running. And Camelia, what was your proposal? Remind me.
Oh, I'm in Ellie's team, so we're doing the same.
Oh, okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. And Michelle is also in your group? Michelle, are you in that group as well?
No.
Okay. What is your proposal, Michelle?
We're gonna use AI like in real estate.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. And Lily and Max and Colin and Julianne. Okay, so who wants to volunteer to moderate the chat? Okay, so Will, I have you. Who else? Anyone else? Greta, you want to do it? Okay, so Will and Greta, you can be so kind and moderate it and let me know what's going on, and we'll get started. So let me record to the cloud, and we'll live stream to YouTube, and choose an account. We'll go to It Is Training, go live. I'm preparing to live stream the meeting. So I have a Zoom that created an API for YouTube that allows YouTube to stream via Zoom, and that is going on. Great. Okay, so we have definitely a quorum here, and I can begin, and we're recording so people can to the cloud and also YouTube so they can watch. And near real time on YouTube, right? There's a latency, and at least after the fact they can go over it in the recording. Okay. And Levi, did you get an email from Daniel today?
Did I? I got an email about another person in my group.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that was it.
Yeah, that is. Can you stay with me after class, and we'll discuss it, and we'll see what are the issues there. Okay? I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Welcome, folks. We're ready to begin a great session. We're going to be talking about the cloud. We'll be talking about artificial intelligence. I'll be talking about the next step in your project and my academic partnership with Wix that allows us to do the business plan. And then I'll talk about our next step. So, let me start by sharing my screen. And I will, when I share my screen, I know that this is my screen. We know that this is our class, that we can see everybody in the corner here, and we know that we are slightly delayed. So let's go to our first, our regular section of section K. And let's do what we do every time for housekeeping, is go to the what's due section. So everybody come with me to the what's due section. I'm going to set my edit mode off so I see your point of view and I see what it is. So let me go to our last session, which was last Wednesday, where it was the final project and the Tech Guide Cloud Computing and Computing. And for next week, not next week, for Wednesday, I'd like you to do the second part of the final project that I'll go over with you today about, of going into Wix, one person upgrading to Wix, and have a collaborative assignment based on your proposal. And then we'll cover artificial intelligence for Wednesday with the quiz. And I'd also like you to do miscellaneous readings and questions of two websites here. One is Amazon.com, which is cloud computing, and the other one is Azure Microsoft overview. Okay? So, Ellie, remember when we discussed 1-800-CHAT-GPT? You need to unmic yourself, because we're recording. One thing the AI is not doing, which it should be able to do, is recognize when your head goes up and down, right? That means yes, but we need to unrecord it. And what do you know about, if you had to describe to somebody, what is 1-800-CHAT-GPT? What would you say?
You're able to call a chat AI bot, and you're able to answer and ask them questions, and they can respond.
Okay, and what bot are you calling?
AI.
What name is the bot? What did I say? What's the phone number?
1-800-CHAT-GPT.
Okay, so what do you think the name of the bot is?
ChatGPT.
Right. And the name is ChatGPT. And that 1-800-CHAT-GPT, the name of that is called a vanity phone number. Have you ever heard of vanity license plates? Ellie. Somebody puts their license plate of a concept. This is a vanity phone number, like 1-800 chat GPT. So what I'd like you to do is, if you took out your phone, right? If you took out your phone right now, if you took out your phone, what's the phone number you would dial? Ellie?
1-800-CHAT-GPT.
Okay. What would, if I dialed it, it would be 1, right? 800, and what would chat then be? What's the number associated with ChatGPT? What would be the actual digits? Ellie? Were you looking at your keypad?
Yes. 2, 4.
Okay, so 2 for C, right?
Yeah. 4.
4 for H.
2.
2 for A.
8.
8 for T.
4.
4 for G.
7.
7 for P.
And then 8.
And then, in this case, 8 for T. Or, besides the, just so you know, besides the area code, I could type on a mobile device, I could type the words ChatGPT and it would, let me just do that. ChatGPT. And it would convert it. Do you see that?
Hi, I'm ChatGPT, an AI assistant. Just so you know, our conversation may be reviewed for safety. By continuing this call, you agree to OpenAI's terms and privacy policy. So, how can I help you today?
Yes. Can you tell me what cloud computing is?
Absolutely. Cloud computing is a way of delivering computing services over the internet. It includes servers, storage, databases, networking, software, and more. Instead of owning and maintaining physical servers, you can access these resources on demand from a cloud provider, like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure. It's flexible, scalable, and you usually pay only for what you use.
So is it on-demand services?
That's right. With cloud computing, you get on-demand access to resources. Need more storage or computing power? Just request it from your cloud provider, and it's available almost instantly. This way, you only use and pay for what you need when you need it.
So what are the benefits of cloud computing?
There are several benefits. First, it's cost-effective, since you don't need to invest in expensive hardware. Second, it's highly scalable, allowing you to easily adjust resources based on demand. Third, it offers flexibility, as you can access your data and applications from anywhere. Finally, it promotes collaboration, enabling teams to work together seamlessly in a virtual environment.
So what does it mean as a service?
As a service basically means you're accessing services through the internet on a subscription basis. Instead of buying and managing everything yourself, like software or infrastructure, you use it over the internet. Examples include software as a service, SaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Each offers different levels of control and management.
Thank you. So, 1-800-CHAT-GPT is a phone number that we call it is voice linkable enabled. That means, Quinn, that not every phone number you can attach a large language model to. It has to be provisioned that you can attach that number to. Do you understand what I just said, Quinn? So explain it in your own words.
Well, like, kind of like, it's not, it's kind of in a box almost, is what I understood. Like, it doesn't have, like, free range to say anything.
But also, your phone number, whatever you have as a phone number, you can't just attach a chatbot to it. Your phone number has to be provisioned, what they call real-time, linkable to a chatbot. Do you understand that, Frank? Now, 1-800-CHAT-GPT, what's the difference if I have an 800 number, and I could have even a regular 800 number? 1-800-CHAT-GPT is different than a regular 800 number in what aspect? Because I can do 1-800-flowers. So, for instance, in this case, Michelle could take out her phone and Ellie could take out her phone and dial 1-800-flowers. What's the difference between dialing 1-800-flowers and 1-800-CHAT-GPT? Who can tell me? Frank, go ahead and dial 1-800. Well, let me just even do it, right? if I end up sharing, right? Let me share my screen. And I end up doing, what do I want to do? I would want to do 1-800. So flowers. What do you think I would get, Frank?
Probably a flower company.
Let's see.
Hello. Thanks for calling 1-800-Flowers.com. Your call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Our passion is to help you make easy, everyday connections with the people you care about. Deliveries are made until 8 p.m. in your recipient's time zone, and you'll receive a confirmation by email or text. For quick help, visit the My Orders hub. Please stay on the line, as our system can assist you just like an agent. How can I help you today?
So that is, just like you said, Frank, if you wanted, right, if basically it was your mom's birthday and you forgot, oh my goodness, you're on the road, I can dial 1-800-Flowers and, hey, deliver her some flowers. Her son really cares about her, right? You can do it. But it's not a chatbot. This one is 1-800 ChatGPT is basically as if you would go into your browser, right, Ellie, and use ChatGPT. The difference is you're using it via phone. But that phone number has to be provisioned. Now, you all have phones here. What's the difference between, let's say, 786-345-678? What's the difference between a regular local number and an 800 number? Everybody understand my question? Lily, do you understand my question? What's my question?
What's the difference between a 1-800 number and a regular phone number?
Yeah, and a regular, like your phone number, my phone number. For a business, what would be the difference? You think? You're under the weather. You want somebody else to answer? You can say yes or no. Lily. So, Catherine, what's the difference?
Is it just like personal versus like an enterprise?
That's one. Usually an enterprise uses 800. What's the difference in cost? Because the University of Miami is an enterprise and it has, my number is, 305-284-1964. So what's the difference?
That's probably cheaper.
Right. It costs 800 numbers, you pay per call. Versus local, you don't pay now on your bill. You don't pay per call even if it's long distance. You don't pay. But 800 number, the person that initiates it, they pay per call. So, what I'm going to do for Wednesday is what I want us to do is to get a phone number that's linkable, Quinn, that we can attach a bot to, but the bot can, almost like Notebook LM, that we can add documents to and change the prompts, that it will be more than just a ChatGPT, will tell about our services, our business. You got it? And guess what? I want to try to get it, since we're new and I don't know if we're going to get any revenues, I want it to be free. Plus, I want to be about us, but what I want is I want to try to get a vanity number. Do you understand that? What I want to do, Greta, is I want to get a vanity number that the number spells something that is relatable to my business. So, for instance, if everybody go to look at your keypad on your phone. And for instance, if we could get a 786 number, right, Greg? 786 is like a Miami number. With 786, what could that spell? Everybody look at this is a little quiz today. Look at your keypad, and you can unmic yourself. Tell me what 786 could spell. Just those three digits for my area code. Because 1-800 isn't spelling anything. I want to take advantage of the area code and have it also spell something. So, Catherine Cardoza, are you looking at your keypad?
Yeah, I saw that it spelled MTM, I think, or PTM.
I want a word.
That's the abbreviation that it gives me, but...
What do you mean it gives you? You look at your keypad. If you look at one key, 7 has which characters on it?
7 has PQRS.
Okay, PQRS, so I can do... So, 786, so find a word that spells something, that spells a real word.
Pun, P-U-N.
Pun, okay, what else? Unmic yourself if you find it. Levi, what else?
Stun. I don't know.
What?
Stun.
How do you spell it?
S-U-N.
S-U-N, sun. Okay. And then basically, and then if I looked at it, right? If I look at it, right? So I got here 7 is R, U, N is 1. And what did you say? Run, sun. And then you said some. Good. So those are possibilities. There are, what I'd like you to look at, there are basically numbers, phone numbers that spell words, right? And here's one, phonespell.org. What does my phone number spell? Hanging, what does my number spell? And this is get a vanity phone number. We don't want to pay somebody. People pay, all those lawyers, how to get a phone number spells your name. But I just want something like this, right? Enter 3 to 10 digits for some letters, right? So I could do then 786, right? Show me. And they could see here different ones, right? Like run down, things like that. They could give me numbers with. I'm going to be using on Wednesday this company called Vappy. Frank, have you heard of it? Look what this is.
Not yet.
But you will today, right? And on Wednesday, we're going to use it. Our next assignment is voice AI agents for developers. You just need to sign up. And what I'm going to have you sign up as is just use your Google account. Use your Google, right? Use your Google account, not the school's version, the ones that you've used before. And later on, you can do many different Gmails. And what it will do is basically, it will, let me just do this one. It will then set you up, let me stop sharing, and allow you to pick 10 numbers that it has in its banks. And what about zeros and ones? If I look at my keypad, what's the problem with zeros and ones? Quinn, what's the problem with zeros and ones?
There's no letters on them.
There's no letters. So usually when they'll give me zeros and ones, I usually reject them. Unless there's a meaning to it, like zero trust or number one, like we're number one or something. A lot of people, so what I want to do is for Wednesday, we'll do a practice session where each of us will look at, for each person in your group, they'll try to figure out numbers, and we'll try to get the best of whatever they give us. Like we may try different area codes like USA, those 3 digits, that spell something like run or sun or some, and see if it's available. And then attach a bot to it. We can change the prompts of it. We can even give it docs, and then we can call it immediately. Do you understand that, Frank? And then you can call that number, and it will be like your own 1-800-CHAT-GPT. And you can then change it, and then you could attribute it, almost like Notebook LM. You know how you put in your own sources, put your sources to that number, and then attach it to your website. And my key here, Frank, is not only that we have it, but based on what we're going to be doing, whether it's marketing or whether it's tutoring or whatever, reach out to the community to see, does anybody want it? Does anybody have a need for it? Because we can have all the coolest tools and nobody wants it. Or nobody needs it. So that's where we're going on Wednesday. Do you understand? So what's any comments, Frank?
It's pretty cool. I'm excited for Wednesday.
Right. So before we get to Wednesday, right, and you'll be doing with the group, so each person in your group will be recording it, right? You'll have it like an assignment that you had the others, but you'll try out 10. You'll try to, before you even do it, those with 0s and 1s, and we'll use different programs. So what you can do for Wednesday, Frank, is look for other websites that will convert numbers to words, phone numbers to words that you can, because you could see with Greg, we were doing it, right? But we let the computer help us figure out if there are any words to it, right? And then maybe our project will be more valuable for somebody besides ourselves, right? That we can use it, and then we attach a bot. But we only can go to those companies that provision these numbers. There's some companies out there. It's quite a few. Vonage, Twilio. This is a new company. This is a startup, Vappy. I found Vappy what I like for as long as you're with them. That trial is free. They give you minimum tokens. You can decide, and later on I'll give you the idea that if you use Google, you can use their, and you get their key. You can even use Google, and you get longer extended time frames with it. But you can play around with which language model you want attached. They give you some tokens free, so for the beginning, it'll be good enough for us for a demo. But if we want it longer, we can even use Google's Studio, and we can get a key for it and attach it. Okay? So, let me share. So this is Vappy. Those of you, what I suggest those that want to prepare is look for then some of these dial ABC. Let's see. Let me see if they'll read lower. Sometimes they don't read, sometimes they're not on board. Let's see. Dial ABC, some others, sometimes they're not on board that we can do this. So that was Vappy. Let me go back to here. So here's some use cases that they hear. It makes daily calls, their features. You can read about it. It's multilingual, automated, latest updates. Vappy, voicemail detection. And I'd like sometimes to look at their careers, what they're looking for people. They're really working. It's in San Francisco, you can see from the background. There are not that many. It's a startups there. And here are their docs. And they're really trying to go fast. Who knows if they're going to be in business, somebody else will acquire them soon. Who knows? But for the time being, it's working. So you can see in this case, if you go to what's due, then you'll see under the final project, if I go to audit assignment instructions, everybody there, that this is upgrading. This is what's for Wednesday, is what you need to do is you need to go to Wix website. You need to get started. You need to sign up. One person in your group needs to sign up. They'll need to use their credit card, but when you have the code, when you have your code, you'll use the code that I will give you, and you should pay $0. Everybody hear what I'm talking about? You should pay nothing. You should pay basically $0 in costs. And then you'll create your site. When you create your site, you can either do it manually or with AI. I say try it with AI. If AI works, let it be your beginning, and then you can go back and edit it. It's up to you. But the whole idea is once you've edited it and you've put that up, then what you want to do is go to settings and invite your team members. It's roles and permissions, just like we talked about, to invite your group members via the other one. And this is what I want for the first draft. The only problem with Wix, it's not the most up-to-date, but they're giving us our business plan. So what's going to be important is that when you're working the first round, you may even do it together as a group. This shouldn't take you that long. You can do it together as a group, and you can even do it in Zoom and share a screen. But you need to have in your website, you need to have your mission statement and describe what you do, your services, the purpose of your consulting project. You need a team page, and you can even in the AI say, when you're answering the questions, tell it, I need a mission statement, I need to describe my services, I need a team page where I have professional pictures of each team member along with their role in the company. I need an AI generated logo. I need a contact page. And later on, if you want, you can use an email address. You could use University of Miami's address. Later on, we'll put in with our VAPI, we'll put in our phone numbers that we get, the best phone number. You publish your site. I do not at this first stage want you to do a domain name, because maybe if we get a good phone number, we can use a phone number, the domain name matched to the phone number. You can basically continue with that. Plan your domain name, but don't give it. And place your link after publishing and saving it. Place your link just like here. The only difference is instead of Intella AI Agent, you will have Wix in the domain, and when you upgrade, that will be it. Now, if I go to, this is where you need the code. If I go to my PowerPoint and documents, use the code. This is the code right here. So copy and paste this code right here. You'll get it in this one too, your user code, but right here you'll see it. You will get this for a year, and what I want you to do, let me just edit this for a second. Cancel. Is what's important here is I just want you to use not the core or light, I want you to use the business. So everybody put in your notes here, I want you to use the business. So if I go to Wix, Wix.com. And in this case, let me just log out. And if I go to Wix.com, you'll say create a website without limits. You can get started. Start for free. And in this case, and then when you want to upgrade, you need to put in your credit card. But in terms of pricing, this is what I want everybody to use, this plan, business plan. But we do not have $36 per month. We're getting it for what price, Frank?
Zero.
Zero. If it says $36, then I don't want it. And I want 1 year. Make sure that you click on 1 year. So when I go to that coupon code, I want you to upgrade for business. And notice this was at this time the price, and use the key. So when you use the key, make sure that you use yearly. If you use 2 years or 3 years or monthly, you will not be able to access the code. And after you select it, apply the code. If there's an ongoing sale at Wix, you may see a code there. Remove the code and then enter your promo code. And at this point, when you enter your promo code, you'll see this turn to 0. And one person in your group needs to put in their card number, but they will not be charged. Put a note in your calendar to make sure that after the class is completely finished, I've graded all your assignments, that you can cancel the auto renewal. You'll receive automatically a 1-year domain voucher when you upgrade your site. And then this talks about privacy as well. So this is, in turning it on, this is what you need. So at the end, you'll have a website, and then what we'll do on Wednesday is we'll try to match the website, hopefully trying to get a phone number that will have a vanity number that will make sense. I got one, I got USA, so some like 786, when I was trying 786, VAPI didn't have those numbers or didn't release those numbers. What they do is they basically take a block of numbers and then they release them. So I didn't get that, but I got USA Mon, like for monitoring or money, well. So I thought that was pretty good. So I got USA Manuel. And then you can try out, and I got USA Mon we go. And so you kind of play around with some of those apps to see, and we'll see each person in your group will look for 10. And then even if you are really diligent, and you can just use another Gmail account, create another Gmail account, and you get to try out some others. And then among the 4 of you or 3 of you that have it, then what you'll do is pick the best, and you can attach that to your website. And then you can play around with VAPI and change the prompts, add additional docs to make it more intelligent. And then go out and see, hey, is anyone interested in something like this? You got the idea? That's where we're going. Questions? Will, what do you think? Anything not clear?
No, it's amazing.
Isn't it? And I was just amazed in VAPI. I was using Twilio, and I work with those folks, and you needed a number of days till you got your phone number approved, and another company says we have to know our customer, we have to make sure, check out your bank statements and stuff like this. We do it, and then as soon as you pick a number and you say, oh, I want that number, you attach, and they have already bots already assigned. I just took the cheapest one, assigned it from OpenAI, and it attaches. And in the beginning, it'll answer questions, and otherwise you can change it. That's the beauty. So you can change it that it answers the call with the name of your company. And you can even put, and our team members are Will, Joe, Sam, whatever, however you want it. You just basically change it. It is amazing. The question is, well, what is the revenue source for this? Is this going to be worth anything? But still, it is amazing how great it is. Okay? So, what I want to show you here is under the web links, and you also had it under your assignment, these are the two. So if you think about, if I asked you, like, what are the 3 major vendors in this case that have cloud computing, Will, they would be whom? If I ask you, who are the major vendors, Will, of cloud computing? That you know. What do you think, Levi? And if you didn't know, what would you do in my class? Quinn? These are hints. Well, what are 3 major cloud vendors?
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, but what do you think? You don't even have to look up. Look at my cursor. You see my screen?
Amazon.
Okay, Amazon Web Services is one. Who's another one? Is basically
Microsoft Azure.
Yeah, Microsoft Azure. And who else do we know? Who else have we used in class? Who's big? We've used it for 2 products, YouTube and Notebook. LM. Who owns those? Will? Notebook LM was who?
Alphabet.
Yeah, right. Google. Yeah, Google. Alphabet. Those are probably the 3. And you would think Google, right? Just having YouTube, right? Having Google as a search engine, they better be good cloud services. So basically, when you think about it, you know this already, a lot of this terminology, Will. But the whole idea is it's just packaged in a different way of what is cloud computing, right? And even if I think about it,
cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Instead of buying, owning, and maintaining physical data centers and servers, you can access technology services such as computing power, storage, and databases on an as-needed basis from a cloud provider like Amazon Web Services. Organizations of every type, size, and industry are using the cloud for a wide variety of use cases, such as data backup, disaster recovery, email, virtual desktops, software development and testing, big data analytics, and customer-facing web applications. For example, healthcare companies are using the cloud to develop more personalized treatments for patients. Financial services companies are using the cloud to power real-time fraud detection and prevention. And video game makers are using the cloud to deliver online games to millions of players around the world. With cloud computing, your business can become more agile, reduce costs, instantly scale, and deploy globally in minutes. Cloud computing gives you instant access to a broad range of technologies, so you can innovate faster and build nearly anything you can imagine. From infrastructure services such as compute, storage, and databases, to Internet of Things, machine learning, data analytics, and much more. You can deploy technology services in a matter of minutes and get from idea to implementation several orders of magnitude faster than before. This gives you the freedom to experiment and test new ideas to differentiate customer experiences and transform your business, such as adding machine learning and intelligence to your applications in order to personalize experiences for your customers and improve their engagement. You don't need to make large upfront investments in hardware and overpay for capacity you don't use. Instead, you can trade capital expense for variable expense and only pay for IT as you consume it. With cloud computing, you access resources from the cloud in real time, as they're needed. You can scale these resources up and down to grow or shrink capacity instantly as your business needs change. Cloud computing also makes it easy to expand to new regions and deploy globally in minutes. For example, Amazon Web Services has infrastructure all over the world, so you're able to deploy your application in multiple physical locations in just a few clicks. Putting applications in closer proximity to end users reduces latency and improves their experience. No matter your location, size, or industry, the cloud frees you from managing infrastructure and data centers, so you can focus on what matters most to your business.
So basically, you can see here is the benefits of cloud computing. So what is agility? So if I'm thinking, Greg, what does agility mean? If I say that me and you are going to go into business together, we'll do our Gen AI consulting and our consulting, and I say, what is agility? Do we know how many customers we're going to get? Greg, I can't hear you.
No, we don't.
Okay, and if we grow, all of a sudden, hey, it's a blast. Basically, we got some viral videos here, and basically, people are wanting our services. What does agile mean? What is that?
Being able to create products for what our new customers need.
Yeah, but what is agile? That we can move, right? When it's a slowdown, we can move down. Hey, all of a sudden they tell me there's tariffs. What does that mean for my business? All of a sudden, basically the university is losing some money. What does that mean? So it's basically the idea of agility is that I don't have to buy everything up front. Because as soon as I buy hardware, what's the value of that hardware going to be next year? Up, down, or the same, Greg? Down. So basically investing, this case, I use what I need, and I use as much storage as I need, I use much database as I need, and then if I want to scale up, I can scale up, I can scale down. So the idea of elasticity means what? That I basically can move up and down, I can shrink, I can grow. It could be maybe certain times of the year I have more customers than then. So I don't have to pay up front. I consume what I have. I don't have to get a whole staff. You remember, were you in the exam, Greg?
Yeah.
That was hardware right there. Did everything work like a charm?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of, yeah. How many people did I have? I had the IT people there, and some people weren't able to get along. Some computers didn't work. You remember, we had to move them all. This way I don't have to worry about it. I'm working in the cloud. I don't have to have it. And then I have something, if I look, you're on a roll there. So in this case, Luana, if I look here, I see something called, you see here on my screen, it says AAS. These are common letters among all three. What does AAS mean? What does it stand for?
As a service.
As a service. So infrastructure as a service, what does that mean? It basically means hardware. It means data storage. So I can use infrastructure as a service. What does that mean? As a service means I go through the internet, that's basically the cloud, to use hardware. platform as a service. Remember we talked about operating systems? So if we had some software that ran on Windows and we don't want to keep up to date with Windows, we can then use the operating system of the cloud and install our software on the cloud, meaning via, let's say, Amazon's hardware or via Microsoft's hardware or Google's hardware, and we have platforms. So I can use any operating system I want. Software as a service, guess what, Luana? You use that every day. Tell me what you, in the beginning of the day till noon, what software do you usually look at every day or you use? Give me 3. Luana.
Blackboard.
Okay, you use Blackboard. What else? That's it? On your phone even.
On my phone apps.
What?
Social media.
Okay, what social media you use?
Instagram.
Instagram, okay. Do you use email?
Yeah.
Okay, so those 3. Are they software as a service?
Yes.
Of course. Think about what is all this as a service. Do I have to have the internet to get to it? If I need internet to get to it, it's as a service. You know this already. It's just different terminology that businesses use that they sell this service. So for enterprises or for startups, they say, you know what, we're going to have a development team. I don't want to buy them. They don't need all that hardware. Let them use the hardware on the internet. Let them use the operating systems on the internet. Yet let them use the software on the internet. And then if I look at this doesn't matter if I'm an AWS, meaning Amazon. And by the way, have you ever ordered anything from Amazon, Luana?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I order it all the time. And guess what? The most profitable segment is not me and you, our ordering system, but their cloud service. Their Amazon Web Services is their most profitable segment. Because what do? They offer to companies these services that they don't have to buy, but pay as they go. So when they upgrade, remember all these chips and all these AI tools and NVIDIA that we're spending that are going up. You remember, Frank, NVIDIA, what is it? Basically, I'll run it through the cloud. And you remember DeepSeek we talked about, Frank? Now Amazon and Microsoft, I want DeepSeek, they'll give me DeepSeek. So they go by products where I can do like artificial intelligence versus database. They do solutions. So those solutions can be, in one sense, can be like artificial intelligence, all my backup, all my cloud migration. Look at that. All my data, my e-commerce. Edge computing, by the way, is, if I look at what edge computing is, and you can put this in your notes, is edge computing is the closer I am to my device or to my end users, the quicker it's going to be. So move data processing and analysis as close to the end user as necessary. So for some things like for trading, Frank, those milliseconds matter. I want my servers, I want to be at the edge where I don't have the latency. Remember when we use YouTube? We have like maybe 5 seconds for basically high frequency trading. 5 seconds, I lost money. I have to do it in milliseconds. By the time I blink my eyes, I have to be able to do a number of trades. High performance, you can see that Internet of Things of all my devices, all my cams, all my cameras, all my electronics, remote work, resilient scientific computing, basically my websites, and even by industry, they're going by advertising and marketing, right? Education, to facilitate teaching and learning, energy, financial services, banking, games, government, healthcare, being able to incorporate what? AI with that, right? Nonprofits. So they're really into almost the entire complexity. And guess what? If I went and I look for Microsoft, right? I could basically look at Azure and Microsoft. It would be the same thing of basically learning about Microsoft. So it's the same thing that they have Azure documentation, the same kind of things where I have it in documentation. So if I go back to Microsoft, and let me open it in a new tab. You press time down. Let's see if it'll give it to me. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing combines exact same thing. Cloud delivery of computer services, including what? Servers, storage, database, software, analytics, intelligent, where? Over the internet, the cloud, to offer what? Faster innovation, flexible resources, economy of scales. Types of it, the top benefits, understand what is a public cloud, what is a private cloud, what is a hybrid, learn about 4 broad services, explore computing services, top benefits, understanding different cloud components, cloud services, and Microsoft and cloud computing, that's a commercial. So, when I look at it, Greta, you see that as a possible question on the next exam? Easy, right? And it makes so much sense. We know it already. You know it almost instinctively. You use it all the time, but you don't know it in those terms of why. Basically, now you know why they're doing it so profitably, because they do it in scale, somebody like Microsoft, and that they need all these data farms to hold all that. Google has it, the Microsoft have it, and you can see in those data centers are the combining of that cloud services plus putting AI together with it. Because to do any of the AI computing, what do you need, Frank? Is you need to have an enormous number of computing power, right? When I wanted to go to trillions and trillions of data to get that speed, right? I don't want to wait 10 minutes. I'll get back to you with your answer for something simple. And it may be in terms of drug discovery. Instead of it take a year for 10 people to do, it can do in maybe an hour. So those are the areas. Questions? So let me do attendance. If you have not gotten your proposal approved by me, stay with me. Otherwise, you know what the next step is to get a first draft of your website done. Wednesday we'll do VAPI, voice. Now you know what API is, right? Voice application program interface that will attach to a number. And then next week, I'll have some guest speakers come. I have someone from England that I have an academic relationship that has an AI bot that he's allowing us to upgrade to his premium version, that we can do another AI bot attaching to our website. Anyone play any music here? No one? Okay. AI is used for music, creating songs, right? So maybe we'll have a jamming session next week too, of creating some songs available with AI. So group 7, I need to see, and stay with me. Let me get the code for attendance. Let's see my screen. Attendance. Let me check in. Check. Start checking. What do we got for the number? 5308. So, Greta, can you be so kind and put that in the chat? 5308. You should text your group members when you're going to create this first draft and publish the URL with the Wix domain. And I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay, and stay with me, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then let me stop sharing. 5308. And where's Catherine? I don't know if she got off or what. Okay, so who's group 7? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I just had a quick question.
Yeah. What is it, Tony?
For the individual assignments, if I emailed you with sick notes for when I missed them, is it still possible to make them up?
No. They were due at that time.
Okay, so you can't make them up at all?
No, not for the assignments. What did you miss? You know,
I missed like 4.
4. They were due. I didn't see anything where you told me you weren't going to do the assignments. Now it's, you know.
I think I emailed you.
I didn't see documentation. So send me the documentation.
Okay, I'll resend it.
Resend it, but the documentation. How many did you miss? How many assignments did you miss?
I think a couple. I did everything else.
Well, then I don't remember seeing any documentation, Tony. And then it may have been for the class, but not, you know, we had over a week for the assignment, you know, that was due. Okay? So resend it to me. Okay. So, guys, you're 7, okay? The 3 of you. We had a special circumstance, and she was in class, and I don't know, I told her to stay. I don't know what let me just check here. Can you reach out to Catherine Cardoza? Did she reach out to you guys?
Not yet. I know Daniel,
Send him, right, okay.
He emailed us. Tonight, I'll send an email to her.
Yeah, can you be so...
We have a text group chat right now, so...
Okay, so she was in the class, and I don't know what happened to her. I saw her, and I said, group 7, stay, and then I said, Catherine, and she disappeared. So, if you'd be so kind and include her and let her know that, you know, you'll have her as the email. Can you check in the audit area under email?
Yeah, her email's there.
Her email's there. Okay. So yeah. Can you be so kind, Eric, and send her and tell her when you're going to be meeting as a group? What did you guys decide? What was your proposal?
I was actually going to ask you. So last class Wednesday, my computer crashed like halfway through the class, so I wasn't able to actually present it with Levi. But he said that you said the health proposal that we have is good. We just need to target it more to regular everyday people instead of more doctors.
Okay, well, expose it to me. Share your screen. Did you rewrite it?
Levi, did you rewrite it? I know.
No, I have not rewritten it.
Right. Well, there needs to be, you know, this is going to be done. You guys, we don't want to slack off anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's like...
I also, just before, I did like a finance one, if you want to see that too, which is more about like wealth management and targeting individual.
Okay, well, let's see what you got and let's decide now. You know what I mean? I don't want to make any more time because we need to already do the first, you know, draft.
Is it, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I see it. Okay. I see one proposal, 3.
Yeah, so this is the proposal that Levi, that I think he presented in class on Wednesday. So.
Yeah, what I don't like about it is, just so you know, it seems like you have to be really in healthcare to do this. No?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I do have some, not expertise, but I had an internship in the cardiology department, so I know a little bit about healthcare.
Yeah, but can you offer, what would you offer them? Let's say I'm in healthcare. What are you going to offer me? Really, because what I want, Eric, let me just make it clear to you and Greg and Levi. What I want is this to be real. That not theoretically what can happen. What can you offer? Like tomorrow, if you had to go out, and it's okay, the medical market, this is what I could offer you.
Mm-hmm. So then, maybe instead, this is the finance one that I created. It's more Wealth AI, and it uses different products like Bloomberg Terminal, Wealthfront, ChatGPT to give you insights kind of on how the market's moving.
Okay, do you have access to all of that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well,
like Wealthfront AI, do you have access to that?
I'm almost 100% sure we do, yeah. And then Bloomberg, I think if there's computers in the business school that I could use, but I'm pretty sure we have access to all three of these things. And then also.
And what's Notion AI?
It's used just for financial planning and just tracking goals. It's just an AI app that I found.
You found, and is it there's that you can use right now? Do you have to pay anything?
No. So this is we could try to change it more the health idea,
this
more
is
to individual people.
Okay. This is what is your major, Greg?
I'm undeclared, but
okay. What do you like better?
Probably the wealth. Honestly.
Okay. All right. And what about you, Levi?
Yeah, I'm good with the wealth.
Okay. So you know what the wealth you could do? Make a change a little bit. Is maybe who's this for? Is this for the financial advisor? Seems like, right? Because
it's more for like I kind of tailored it more like just an individual level, but it can also be used for.
Okay, individual of what? What is that? What is the role of that individual?
Like controlling their own portfolio.
Okay.
And, showing how to invest, whether it be equity stocks or whether it be like options. Or
okay. Well, you may. Okay. So you have to be clear on who is this for.
Mm-hmm.
And actual tools that you're giving a service, that you're giving a real service, that you're putting in like the prompts or whatever you're doing, that you'll show maybe like a sample portfolio or something. How are you going to give me a service? That it's not just in writing that this is a possibility. You know what I mean? Of a paper writing of a. I want it to be real, that you can say, hey, I can give this service. I really know Notion AI, and this is how you use it, almost like a tutorial. You know, almost like how we did Notebook LM or we did Zoom, you know, or maybe what you can include there is you'll do like Zoom webinars and invite experts in the field to give us talks about certain topics, you know, like what's going to happen now with this tariff stuff. You know what I mean? Should I not be concerned? I don't know, but do you understand, Eric? What I want is that that you're really giving, besides ChatGPT, saying we use ChatGPT, actually ask certain prompts or give them like 10 prompts that is useful every morning that they should use.
Yeah, I was kind of going to tailor it more to be like, I have this amount of money. I want to take on this amount of risk. What should I invest in? What should I do?
Okay.
And I was going to make it more of like that type of thing.
Okay, fine. But if you do, then you be very...
The webinars is a good idea.
What?
But I said the Zoom webinars is a good idea that you just said, but...
You can add it. You know, it's an addition. You know what I mean? And maybe we'll get it. And what I suggest... This is your project. So what I suggest, don't feel in any way that you need to please me. You understand? That was something that I just said. But what is important, that if you say, hey, we'll do ChatGPT, well, what am I going to ask ChatGPT? What's it going to give me? How can I rely on ChatGPT? Is it going to give me a forecast? You know, I'm not going to, and a lot of times, you know, if you ask sometimes ChatGPT, that's beyond my scope. You know how they put like those guardrails around? So you have to basically set this up. Okay, I have $1 million. I have $100,000. I have $10 million. What should I do now? You know, there are companies here, but whatever you decide, or you can have different scenarios. If I have 100,000, if I'm starting off, I'm just, you know, graduated, you know, I have this versus I don't know. You have to set up who your audience is.
Yeah.
And then you could say later on, we'll expand to this audience. We're starting with this audience because we're starting with students or, or young people because we can relate to them. And later on, we'll go to this group. You understand, Levi? But I wanted to be specific that you could show somebody and they said, oh, that's a pretty website, but I can't use it.
Yeah. So I think maybe if the specific group that we could use is kids fresh out of college that don't have as much money and are trying to tap into the market.
Right.
So what should they invest in with the limited amount of money?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll change it to that then.
You know what I mean? But I like it because then you can relate to it.
Exactly.
And what would I like as a person? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that you can relate. Hey, this is too overwhelming. You know what I mean? And this is my risk and how much am I going to start with. So Daniel, welcome. Somehow I asked, Catherine was there in class and I asked group 7 to stand and there, and then she just got off. So she never ended up coming. So I asked those guys, they want to do this, proposal 3 kind of, but so redo this tonight, Eric and group. Redo proposal. They want to do for kind of looking at wealth, AI tools, but like for, you want to repeat it then for Daniel, because Daniel can help you too.
Yeah, pretty much just for college kids who are recently graduated who don't have as much money to invest into the market, like give them a kind of a financial plan and how to diversify their portfolio and where to spend their money.
Okay, that could work. Yeah. And is it just equities that you're looking at, or?
No, it could be anything. It could be bonds, treasury bills, even commodities, anything.
Okay.
So you have to state that, and you have to. Yeah. I gave in like scenarios where you're gonna, even when you're gonna use some of these tools, use a scenario. Scenario A, is this type. Here I'm more conservative. Here I'm riskier. I can, I have a lot of.
I mean, yeah, ideally each person would choose
right.
This is my risk tolerance. This is what I'm looking to do. Yeah, that makes sense. And are you guys okay with Catherine working with you, or?
I mean, I'm fine. The more help, the better.
Okay, she's a finance major, but you need to contact her.
I sent her an email also.
Just now?
No, earlier today.
Yeah. Telling her that she should stay?
Yeah.
So that's okay. So if you have her phone number?
No.
Okay. So just send her at least her an email, and hopefully she'll return. She had there were some issues there, so she wasn't in a group. So since this group is just starting, and I put her in your group because I knew you guys were just starting. You know what I mean? That we didn't approve it, so it worked out well for her to. Okay, and I think they have her email too.
Yeah, of course. And then there's peer reviews at the end and all of that. So
yeah, and I wanted to be right. So I want to be, if she's not putting in her share, I want her, not to be, but hopefully she will put in her share. You know what I mean? But let me know. In terms of this, of keep on, you know what I mean? I don't want to, like you said, the more the merrier. If it's not a burden that you don't want one person, you got it, Levi, that you give an assignment to, that you're expecting them to deliver on Wednesday and they're not delivering. You know what I mean? And then you know that you're going to get an overall grade of what you do, plus you're each going to get grades, plus there's going to be peer review. So you don't want to be in the sense that other person, you need to. Sometimes what happens in groups, is you just bite the bullet and say, well, I'll just do their work, because we need to get it done. Okay? So reach out to her, and then I'll have Daniel do the same that we were expecting her to be tonight. I don't know what happened to her, but I said, stay with me, and she was in class. I even called on her to make sure that she was in class. Okay? Because we're going to be doing the VAPI too, so we want to start already thinking about, wealth or something with those numbers that we have together as a team.
And if you guys have anything you need throughout the semester, just email me.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then Daniel also has done some trading as well, so he's familiar with the topic as well. So it's great. Okay, guys. So I'm looking forward to see something great from you guys. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to make sure that it's something you're interested in, and that all three of you have interest. Even though Eric, you worked in cardiology, the other guys didn't.
I actually am a double major in accounting finance, though.
Oh, great!
I have that experience, though.
Okay, fine. Cool. So the accounting finance is perfect for this. If you can even think about some of the things that they need in terms of reporting, I think that's fabulous. The accounting finance is fantastic. Okay, guys. So we'll see each other. I appreciate you staying, and we needed it anyways, right? Yeah. So whether you had a fourth person or not, we needed it anyways to just say, hey, we got it, let's move on. Because you don't have like 3 weeks to decide what we're going to do. In 3 weeks, we're going to have an exam, and then at the end of almost in 4 weeks, we're going to present. So every week is going to be really, I'm cutting down on the readings, you understand? And putting more on this. So that's what I expect it to be. Okay, guys. Good. Take care.
All right, awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I stopped recording? No.
You're still on YouTube.
No, I didn't say anything not right.
Yeah, no, everything we said was fine.
Yep. She didn't show up. Not a good sign, is it?
No.
And she was in class, and I made sure I called on her just to...
Yeah, I don't think they checked the interview.
What? No, nobody checked. Nobody does. But I'm just saying, it's just a good practice. Nobody checks. Nobody does. And I don't even promote it. You know what I mean? On purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it really doesn't, you know what I mean? We're not promoting. Later on when we do something, we'll promote it. But I'm just doing it so they can see. Okay. So we need to do the VAPI needs to, and we've got to figure out how we should.
I just have to do the assignment, but I was looking to see, is that everything that should be there? I think it is.
I think it is too.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it. So
I'll do that tomorrow in the morning, and I'll have everything done and ready for you on Wednesday.
Yeah, that we can just
look. 11, I think. Wednesday.
Did we say 11? Do we need a meeting? I don't know.
It's up to you. I mean, even if we do, it could be quick.
Yeah. Let me put it in, and then let me do it now. Right?
Okay.
And then you can tell me what else we need to do. I can end check-in. All right. Oh, there was a place. Where was it? I think in the code. In the code. Where is it? The PowerPoint and documents. Let me share my screen again.
Okay.
Hold on. It says to do the other ones. I think I knew I saw it somewhere. In PowerPoint and documents, in this code PDF, just needs to be changed.
This is from Ellery.
Okay, so let's change it. Because it says...
Oh, private is paid.
I don't know about this, but here it says what they should choose. Does it say what we choose? Maybe it's not here. Sign up. Identify premium.
Oh, a premium plan.
A
premium. I should probably say the business plan.
Right, and there's another place where she shows, I think, that you can choose. Is it here? Select complete your remove code. 1 year. Identify a plan. Right, the business plan. Or was it somewhere else? Oh, here. This. I notice it. You see this?
I'll change that.
Yeah. Just take out core, or I know I saw it somewhere. For weeks I knew I saw it somewhere. There's so many different places they do it. Okay. And why are we not putting this in just the audit assignment instructions?
I'm not sure. We could.
I think that would clean it up. I keep it here, but put it also in. Don't you think so? Because there's so many different places. Why did they have to go to power? I think we did it one time. You know what I mean? And then we
just kept doing it.
We kept on doing it. And
I don't think it's even really necessary if I just take the PowerPoint itself and put it in the assignments. I can merge them.
Yeah, merge it. But I think it should just be in audit assignment instructions.
Yeah.
Even in here, this part, even of what is the code, you know what I mean? Or at least maybe in this, you know what I mean? At least incorporate it in the PDF. I don't really need, I'd leave it right now because don't we say check found in PDF? Or maybe.
Yeah, I'll put it there as well.
But definitely I think we should put, and then for next time, just get rid of this PPT and document section, where the code is.
Yeah, the only reason we have this section is for exam review guide and the PowerPoints.
For which one? This one?
Yeah, but not for, we don't need it. Oh, yeah, the PPT and documents.
Yeah, I don't think you know what I mean? It gets so confusing. Like, why do I have to go, it's like a scavenger hunt or something.
Well, hopefully next time we're on Canvas, so it'll all be different.
Right, yeah. But I wanted to mention that, but we were so much busier with, the content rather than, but now that we have time. And then Max, what's his problem? Okay, let me just mark Max. And okay, you're doing that well. Let me do the attendance for Max. I saw him. There's better attendance today, by the way.
That's good.
Well, it's good. Especially of my better students. I don't care about the other ones, but you know what I mean. So. Okay. But it seems like students are getting sick again with strep throat or something. Okay, so this is done. Let me stop sharing. Okay. You agree with me on that? That we really don't need it, or at least put it there,
I'm changing it.
Yeah. But I just want your agreement, you know what I mean?
I agree.
And let me make a Zoom call. So it's for our VAPI assignment we're doing, right?
Yeah.
We're doing it on Wednesday at 11 a.m.
All right, I updated it on the K section.
Okay.
Just went backwards.
Yeah. And on the other ones, you did that business as well. Where was it? It's a business, and the other ones too. How are your classes doing?
They're good. Lots of work, but no complaints about it.
Okay.
They're all good.
All right. And you're doing something in the summer too?
Yeah, I have an internship.
With what?
Sorry?
With what? Doing what?
Oh, I'm doing, so it's everything Excel for a development firm in Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have to manage the books, I assume.
Okay. And is it paid?
Yeah, it's paid.
Okay.
And then I'm also taking a class just because I really like the professor.
What are you taking?
It's a class on conspiracy theory. So it's not something.
You knew that I would be laughing.
Oh yeah.
You knew that I would. Oh God. And what is this, philosophy or what?
Political science.
Okay. And who's the instructor?
Joseph Uzansky, really cool guy. I have him right now for a class called the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
And it is a lot of work. Lots of readings,
but I mean, it's probably challenging in that way, no?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay, somewhat. You know what I mean? More philosophic, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he has us reading Friedman and his own writings.
Oh, wow.
It's fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're getting really educated. Most of these kids are so uneducated, but it's a shame. Okay, meeting Wednesday, 11 a.m. Okay. Hopefully, I sent that to you, not to me. Okay. I'm glad that you got that name and you got a nice email from Miami.edu.
Great. That's what I needed.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. You know, later on for a professional. You know what I mean?
That's everything.
Yeah, it's perfect. Okay. I think we're set, no? And then, can you be so kind? What?
Should we leave the review guide for exam 1 still there?
I hid it in one of the sections.
I'll hide it.
Yeah, I put it, because it just gets too much, yeah. I hid it, I thought I hid it for one, maybe I hid it only for one section.
Put the PowerPoints back up.
Okay, so let me just see what's going on here. Yeah, because I was confused myself. You know what I mean?
The case section is good now.
Okay, so I'm going to look at what's due, and then I see in what's due for Wednesday. Okay, assignment, final project, upgrade. Shouldn't assignment, oh, it just says audit assign. See, on assignment 7 in section K, under what's due,
Oh, I see it.
just put audit assignment instructions, right?
Yeah.
put that. And then underneath in both audit assignments, and then underneath the paren also audit assignment.
Yeah.
Both places. Yeah.
Yeah, this is right.
Right, okay. Upgrading, right. Yeah, yeah, so it's all in one place. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, make sure auto removal at the end of the course, right? Because you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'll change it to at, not by.
Yeah, and then also, maybe even put at the end after exams maybe, because sometimes they'll try to do it, when they present.
Yeah.
And it really has to be, we don't grade it until later, even after the exams. So my only concern is at the end of the course, for them, the end of the course is maybe the last day of class.
But if they get rid of it, it doesn't kick them out. Or like stop the website.
Okay, fine. They have still the domain? It's not?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So let me just check here on what's due. Yeah, audit assignment, perfect. Perfecto. Even though they can figure it out. It's good that we're sticking. Okay. What else?
That's all. I just gotta go through and do all these changes.
Yeah. Do it for all the sections, right?
Yep.
And hopefully in Canvas we can do, when we have one, so nice. I hope we can just populate it on all of them. You know what I mean?
That would be wonderful.
Or do something where even, or maybe one place where they all go to and then they get graded or something. But we'll have to figure that out with some people in Canvas. Though I don't know if they'll have anybody that really knows it, but supposedly they're getting trained on it. And I think by next month I have another meeting with those folks, so I'll have more of an idea of what we can do, that we can do. Okay, perfect. And then I'll so it looks like Sebastian, I'm not even sure he's going to be able to grade. So remind me, maybe I'll
need to find someone.
Yeah. Among our people. Remind me.
Maybe the guy that's been doing the tech.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Frank. At the end, Frank. I'll ask Frank at the end. Maybe even can send him a note, Frank, and say, can he stay after class? We want to discuss something with him. Stay after class. That way, and then we can kind of get him stay after class after Monday. Because Greta seems to me, she's working on she works full time somewhere, I think, or something.
Yeah.
But and also he was creative. And I'm thinking maybe we can get him to be be in the class, of moderating the class, and then even have somebody do the grading.
That would be good.
You know who
it's gonna be sad when Spencer leaves.
Right. Well, I think she's already graduating.
I think it's this semester.
I think it's this semester too, because I have all these recommendations I'm getting from colleges, for grad school. So I need to fill that. I told her to come to, maybe I told her on Wednesday. I told her one day to come and talk to me about it. But yeah, so she's not gonna. You know who may not be bad too? Who do for grading? Either that we have to check on people's schedules too. But that Thomas in the first class, did you meet him?
Thomas, redhead kid, right?
Kind of blondish.
Yeah, I know him.
Thomas.
I had a class with him a while ago. He's a good kid.
Yeah, him to do grading. He's very conservative. In the beginning, he had to ask his parents whether he should take the job, even just to be teaching and training. So he's kind of conscientious, but he's kind of and then I have who else is there teaching and training? Is maybe some of those.
Lily. But she has work.
Yeah, Lily doesn't seem to me. Lily seems to be too busy with stuff. But if we can, I'm thinking if we could break up, since maybe they're going to be just 2 sections, we can break up somebody doing the grading and somebody.
That would work. Yeah.
Somebody doing the monitoring. We'll see. So remind me that we can see which that one is. So I'll start with. It'd be good even to have backup. We can even have 2 people. You know what I mean? 2 more people. One doing, and then some of it could be even taking off the grading. If you give them, you have such a good Rubik's, that they can do the grading. Doesn't have to be and then you can do more research kind of work. You know what I mean? Like with VAPI and some other stuff, of figuring it out. Once you got the grading, you've set up the benchmarks there, and then they can do. Basically, you could get AI to do it, right? Eventually.
That would be really cool, actually.
You know what I mean? That because they do that. They have some of those grading AI.
I think it's doable for some things.
It's for some things, of just checking off, have they done it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or is it there?
If AI could do video, like read the video.
I know. That's what my contention is all the time, what I want. Now they're just doing it, but that's where my research is.
I mean,
it's
it could read the transcript, but some things you need to see.
Yeah, right. Well, the other thing, but maybe you could do the general one first, and then you can go over, do the generic ones, and then.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it, and then maybe we'll look at that as well. Okay, great. So at least hopefully we'll see what they come up with on Wednesday. We'll see if any, I think some groups will do it, for Wednesday, and then we'll do the VAPI. So I sent you email, right, of the invitation? Check.
Yep, I got it.
And then 2 things. Can you be so kind and send one to Catherine?
Yes. You were saying, where were you?
Yeah, I was just saying we expected you here. Your group was here. Hope you're okay, but she was there. And she was kind of like, I thought she was going to stay, and I don't know what happened to her. It's not a good sign. You would think that even if she didn't, if we didn't even tell her, she would, if I were her, I would have stayed afterward just to make sure, confirm, I thank you, I did this, I had this. And she never reached out to them either, right?
No, I mean, they didn't say it. Yeah.
What?
They didn't say so, yeah.
No, they told me they didn't. All they did is they heard from you. So tell her that she needs to contact her group quickly. They're already planning the Wednesday. That's what I would do. You need to contact, otherwise it's not going to work, kind of. I mean, here she's saying she's going to work so strong, she's going to do all this stuff, I just don't want you to, can you imagine if she did it on her own and you would never hear from it either? You know what I mean? This way at least, and then CC me. of just stating and CC me the S. Rushnick, and then and then just tell her that the group 7 and us were waiting for her, and that she immediately contact her group because
I sent that.
Yeah.
I also told her that the deadline for everything past due is the 31st of March.
Okay. You give it to her, whether she does it or not. That's her,
Yeah, now she knows. There's no excuse.
Right. She's getting more than she deserves. You know what I mean? But let her finish this. You know what I mean? Because I can't. Had I been able to remove her, I would have. I'm not able to do that, so at least let it be as productive as possible the rest of the semester. And the only reason I'm having her do that again is she needs those skills in order to do, because they're going to need to do the Zoom recordings. They're going to need to do all the things in screen recordings for everything. Okay. All right, and I'm glad we put her with this group rather than the better group.
So she's not dragging them down.
What? She doesn't drag them down, and if she can contribute, she can contribute. But they're not saying, oh, we got this far, we've already done the work, and we're going to just, and I find out with groups, it's rare that they really, give those bad reviews, unless they're just horrible. It's those extremes. Otherwise, I don't even take it into consideration. But it's rare. Like that guy. We never heard from him again. Thank goodness. You handled that well. Okay. All right. And I thought it would be better than having all the women have her with the guys.
Yeah. That makes it around
a little bit more rounded. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Talk to you later. Ciao. Have a good night. Drive safe.
Thank you.
And
too.
sound. Bye.
Not drive, but bye.
Whatever.